I'm lewd.
I'm lewd.
I guess so.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Why did you make me African?
He
No,
didn't. That's the
no,
only way.
no.
That's the way he talks, motherfucker. You racist
Oh, my
piece of
fault.
shit.
Oh no, yeah,
Actually,
you were. Oh, my bad.
I,
My bad.
I,
I
I,
apologize.
I was going for an Indian accent. Actually,
Alrighty, folks, we're
Oh,
here
he
to
to
was going
be
for
or
an
not
Indian.
to be? That is the question.
But he's Pakistani. He's not. He doesn't, he's nothing.
Oh.
Those are like. Those are very
Okay,
different.
okay. Look. East. I'm kind of retarded. I'm kind of retarded. So
I mean, I'm glad you're aware. Thank you for catching up to the rest of us.
God damn.
I have a little skull ring, and if I put my other rings on top of it, it looks like he's wearing hats.
hmm,
Like the guy from
Hmm.
that movie, that Disney movie. God, I can't remember its name. The black one.
The guy from the
Wow.
Black Disney movie, or the
Yeah,
black
yeah,
guy
yeah.
from the Disney movie?
No. Well, they're all black except for
Do you
the
have
one
the
white.
slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
No, it should narrow it down because they're all white except for her and Jasmine.
Um,
God,
oh.
What's her name?
Esmeralda?
No.
From Hunchback?
She's Gypsy or Romani.
Tiana?
Yeah. Yes, that's the one.
From The
That's
Princess and the Frog?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, her.
Okay.
There's the bad guy that's like the skull guy.
Goated
I-
fucking movie. by the way.
Okay, I just realized I need to
Oh.
fix something else. Awesome! Yay! So, keep talking. I will
No,
figure
because
something
you said
out.
that I will specifically not talk.
It was kind of our plan to continue talking, so. You could have just said, everybody keep doing what you're not doing.
Yes, but I
Indeed.
need to notify the audience that this may take a while.
Oh,
But
wait,
we're not
live?
streaming, though. You can just cut this out.
Yes.
Are we live?
No. Well, we're not live like on a stream, but we are recording. Welcome to Come.
The Revocumtion will not be televised. The Revocumtion will be
I
live.
said that thing about Tiana, and now people are gonna think it's racist. That was the only way I could describe.
That's so no, Hammoud. It's perfectly countered by the fact that no one watches this show.
Oh, you joke, but one day it's going to come out that
Yes.
One
My
day.
ultimate goal of going viral is going to come true.
Yes.
I see what he did. There. Advertising.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm just gonna put this picture in the cum call, even though it doesn't really have anything to do. But look, my little skull ring is wearing a hat.
Ah,
Hold on. How do you see
interesting. So,
You should see me in a crown, bitches.
Oh, that's
oh,
Make film.
Billie Eilish. Oh.
That does look pretty cool.
Ugh.
That looks pretty, as the young ones would say, fire.
Yes. Behold, Pope Skellington.
He looks like that.
Oh,
That has a
that's-
very Egyptian kind of vibe to it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, the top
Yes,
one kind of
yes,
looks
yes.
like the crown of Gondor.
You can tell he's Egyptian. Oh yeah, like that. What that Aragorn wears at
Yeah,
the end. Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited to see what other stuff you have. Like, if you have one that looks like a turban, I'll lose my mind.
These are the only 3 rings that I own, but I do have a turban. It's just still attached to the head of the guy who was wearing.
Okay.
So based. I mean, like, I'm one of those turban guys, but still having like the head of your enemy kind of goes hard.
I'm fucking T. East Lawrence over here.
Oh boy.
Okay, so I think I have everything fixed. But we shall see. We shall see. Hopefully everything will fucking work, because this is not the normal day that this is supposed to happen. Yeah, we
Indeed.
for audience sake, this would have come out a week ago, but some of our friends had some emergencies that we needed to take care of, And
I thought I was dying.
yeah, would you like to tell them about the brain tumor?
I had
The
a
what?
migraine. I had a migraine that was lasting for multiple days, and I had to go to the hospital to get myself checked out.
And what came out of that?
I do not have a brain tumor.
Okay, thank God.
Oh.
Fuck you, Trisket. God damn.
Turns out it was just from babysitting.
No, but don't you get it?
Uh,
Yeast is
more-
cancer.
The moral of the story is fuck kids.
And not after
Kids
the
are
last
shit.
not after the last episode. No.
Oh no. Well, of course,
Wow.
don't. No.
Wow.
Don't like
Whatever, we're gonna quote this. I know exactly what to send it to.
Yeah, the Nigerian.
Wow.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
So yeah, also, what's a
Oh,
gross
seriously.
Trisket video if it's not horrendously late? So,
or also vile.
what that too?
Bro, you're uploading videos that I didn't even know you were recording from like months ago. I'll see like Total War or Starship Troopers videos pop up on your channel and be like, he was fucking recording that? Last year?
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing my hard drive fucking imploded. Because I lost a lot of fucking footage there. Like, no more Witcher, but like at the same time that means, okay, well, I got less footage to work with. So, yeah.
Focus on more of the new
Interesting.
stuff then. Right on.
Yeah, there's still some old stuff that might pop up here and there, but I think everything from here on out will have been recorded this year.
Hell yeah.
Or later. But obviously that's how time works.
Huzzah.
No, it's Hazay.
Oh. Was good in the hizzy.
I decided to go into my workshop for this, and I forgot to realize that all my swords are down here, so I feel fucking powerful.
Can you remember to realize something? Because I feel like realization is a pretty spontaneous occurrence.
No, it's like, because I wasn't thinking about it, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna do it in my workshop, and then I realized when looking at the hilt of my saber, like, oh, that's here, hello, how you doing?
You have so many sabers,
sorry,
that does
did-
not
did you
narrow
say-
it down.
This one
Did
is
you say
my
saber?
saber.
Yeah,
That's-
Hamoud's over here like General Grievous, opening up his cape. This saber will make a fine addition to my collection.
Yeah, I'm holding it in my hand right now, it's a beautiful
Yeah.
Hungarian one.
Oh, Aryan is
That's
beautiful.
cool.
I agree.
No, Hungarian, god damn.
Dude, it hung cut out, so it sounded like
Please,
an Aryan.
Aryan.
It's
European.
true. I cannot be
The
blamed
least
for that.
Aryan.
I cannot be blamed for that. All right, that wasn't active racism. It was latent. I swear to God, it was
Hungarians-
latent.
The
Passive
Hungarians are the
racism.
least Aryan, besides the Serbs. You
I'm
have Serbs who
not
are the least
racist.
Aryan.
I'm not racist, my internet is.
Yes, I got that. I got that racist bandwidth. I'm on that NCTC.
Yeah, my setup here is actually.
I'll go ahead and let you
crazy.
guys figure out what that stands for.
Like I have like 4 swords surrounding me. I have fire and blood right next to me, so I can shit on Rhaenyra. And then
You're basically
I got-
the 10 swords from what was it? Rurouni Kenshin.
I also have my dagger in my hand.
Oh,
Hell
nice.
yeah!
10 swords
Nice.
not 10 swords isn't from One Piece. You're thinking of Zoro.
Oh yeah, he has this 3 sword thing,
Zoro is
which
One
is
Piece.
silly.
yeah.
I don't like that. I
Yeah.
ew.
Well,
Really?
oh wait, if you think that's cringe, look up Killer Bee 8 sword technique.
Oh. Okay, so I know that I'm probably not familiar with what it is you're talking about, but I heard Killer Bee and my thought went to what was it, Bayonetta? Killer Bee is a move
that-
technique in Bayonetta, I think it is. Or is it Devil May Cry?
That's Naruto.
No. Naruto's it's not no. What are you talking about?
Killer Bee is from Naruto.
Yeah.
You know,
No, Killer Bee's a character in Naruto.
Look. This
Yeah.
What? How is he? What? Why?
Ninja.
Oh, that makes me sad. I don't like that.
Right?
And he doesn't even have them in his hands. He has them
I know,
everywhere
he keeps
except
the
his
hands
hands.
free. I don't like I don't remember how he fucking did it. I just remember being, oh, that's fucking dumb, but he's pulling it off and it's cool.
Yes.
It's probably not as cool as I remember, if I'm being honest.
I
Speaking
think
of not
I
as
think he
cool
fought
as I
what's
remember, I rewatched a lot of the fighting scenes in House of the Dragon, and I was like, oh, oh, oh. So yeah, there's that. I have something more to say about House of the
ooh,
Dragon now. Yay.
Yo, Dre, I got something to say.
Yeah,
Well,
speaking
how about? Never mind. You're the host. Go ahead.
you're the co-host.
It's true. I am. I was gonna suggest something, but if you have something to, if you keep moving.
I was gonna say, speaking of House of the Dragon, why don't we like sort of give our general thoughts on it as like an introduction?
That's
But
exactly what I was gonna say.
oh, then I'll let you say it.
So I was thinking that since we're on the topic of House of the Dragon, why don't we go around the room and give our general thoughts and impressions on it before we start the actual detailed discussion? But take it away, Trisket.
Well, well, fuck. I guess we're going in alphabetical order.
It was a dark and stormy night.
I'm even
Where
going
else?
from like the Discord order, starting with you, then East, then me, then T-Pain.
Yeah, that's alphabetical.
That is alphabetical.
Yeah.
What? Wait a minute, hold on.
Your name starts with an H.
I just figured that out. Wow.
It's also the order. It's also the order that were arranged in the Discord call. But I think it prioritizes alphabetical. So
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've only seen it done
I did not know.
alphabetically.
I did not know that. But yeah, take it away, Trisket.
Yeah, so my general thoughts on House of the Dragon. I adore this show. It's got some pretty obnoxious flaws in it, but I think that it's a step in the right direction for the fantasy genre overall because of the respect that it, well, not always gives, but it gives a lot more respect to the fantasy or to medieval Europe than most, if not any other fantasy, or most other fantasies that are like on television at least. Uh, the acting is phenomenal. Most of the plot lines, I think, hold up pretty well. There's some issues at episode 9, but overall, I think it's a spectacular show, and even if the show ends up shitting the bed, we have at least the story of King Viserys with the first 8 episodes, and we could just stop watching there.
okay. I guess I'm next. So House of the Dragon is a pretty good show. On its own. It I gotta say, my level of enjoyment versus the actual quality of it probably conflict. I might be the dissenting opinion in a lot of discussions in this episode. I'm not sure entirely, but I will preface everything with I do not hate the show. It is good. But there's some stuff that annoys me, some plot things that I think just come off as maybe underdeveloped or bland. Some characters I don't like. Some historical inaccuracies that annoy me. Dragons are always a plus, and therefore the show is perfect. Mahmoud?
I'm closer to East in the dissenting opinions, but so everyone's saying that they like love the show. I like it. Like it's not something that I would say I love would be like the first season of Game of Thrones because that drew me in. With House of the Dragon, I think it might be because of my age. It might be because of me taking so long to actually get into it that I ended up getting, my perception of it changed by all the TikTok girlies and all that, which sucks, but there are some definite issues with the show. Some definite, some definite pluses of the show as well. But I'm kind of lukewarm, and with the last season especially, I'm a little less than lukewarm. But yeah, that sort of summarizes it. All right, T-Pain.
Oh, uh, I haven't watched it.
Did you not? Did you, hmm.
Motherfucker! 2 weeks! 2 weeks!
Oh,
We scheduled this episode 2 weeks ago and said what it was gonna be about 3 weeks ago, you motherfucker!
please, please, please.
You
I'm sorry.
aloof
I'm sorry.
Nigerian bitch!
To be fair, they don't have education in Nigeria.
I would know, I was their neighbor.
Hey, no. Spoilers.
Spoilers for the lore.
Okay, so it looks like Trisket might be the only positive opinion on this show then.
Yeah, that I'm
So
astonished.
T-Pain, here, going forward, Trisket, cut this out. T-Pain, just agree with everything Trisket says going forward. So then it'll be even.
Right. Sure, no problem. No problem.
And as I recall, there might be a video for us to watch and respond to if we've got time.
Yes, I would personally like to discuss the show first because so that we can kind of like iron out where exactly.
Hence
we
the
sit.
if we've got time
Yeah.
stipulation.
Which we're probably going to. We're probably going to have time, if I'm being honest. But yeah, we'll see how things go. Because this is friends talking to each other, and Hamoud and I, we ended up watching the show, and what I thought would be enough time to get 4 episodes. Excuse me, fucking soda, shit, fuck. What I thought would be enough time to get like 4 episodes in, or like squeeze in 4 episodes. We only got like 2 or 3 in at a time because we just kept
There's
like
so much discussion.
yeah. There's so much to talk about the show, both good and bad, and also like
Yeah.
things tangentially related. And this show is mostly friends talking to each other, so that's like there's a good chance that that'll happen again.
Yep.
So we'll see how things go. Hopefully we can respond to the video. Hopefully hopefully people will know why I said spoilers. But if that doesn't,
And remind me, this is just for season 1, or are we going to talk about season 2 too?
we can talk about season 2, but the video in question only covers season 1.
Mhm.
So yeah, we'll
You
see.
know, I've yet to see the video in question, so this will be news for me.
I do as well. This was East's idea, by the way.
Ooh.
This whole
Blind
operation was your idea.
Yeah.
A blind watch.
Oh, so House of the Dragon episode was my idea, but then who we're responding to is his idea.
And as we know, I'm great at making decisions on videos to cover.
Yeah. So I think
We got stuckmanized.
Oh God.
Jesus. I think we should probably start off with what might be the hot take on this episode. I really, really like King Viserys as a character. I think he's phenomenally acted, pretty darn well written, and I have a hot take. I don't think he was that bad of a king. He was unfit to rule, but given his unfitness, he does a pretty good job.
Okay, so I'll probably let Hamoud take most of the response there, but I do want to point out the hypocrisy
You
in
made a
unfit
fucking
to
mistake.
rule, but still a good, but not a bad king. Like unfit to rule does kind of make you a bad ruler. Like
Well-
yeah, you can have your wits about you, but if you're not like in a position to like if you're not healthy, you shouldn't be in that
Well,
chair.
then let me... Sure, but let me explain what I mean. His personality was not one that lends itself to being king. He didn't want now. Usually, people who don't want power are the best people to have it, but his lack of ability to stand up to most problems until like forced into a corner, that like, he's a much more passive than active man, and that does lead to some problems in his kingdom, and the worst people in the kingdom do end up taking advantage of that. However, I think that
I
being
agree.
able, well, yeah, but I think that just because you aren't the best man for a position doesn't mean that you don't do a good job in that position. Like maybe unfit is not the right word for what I'm trying to describe. It's just he wasn't built to be a great king, but given how he ruled and given the problems that he faced and how much worse everything really could have gotten, at least during his tenure as king, I don't think that he was terrible. A lot of room for improvement, but I don't think he's a shit king like many of my peers seem to think.
I would agree that he's not a shit person. And maybe not, like, to your point about the people who don't want power are the ones who should have it, or whatever. What did you say exactly, so I'm not misquoting you?
People who don't want power are usually the ones who should have it.
Okay, yes, I was right. I would disagree. And my immediate counter to that would be Napoleon. Napoleon wanted power, and he damn sure used it well.
Yeah, but you're a
Oh.
Napoleon simp. You have bias.
I'm not. Yeah, okay, but like, why the fuck wouldn't I be though?
Aren't you? Why are you
Why am I what?
a Napoleon simp?
Because he's awesome.
But are you like French or?
What does that matter?
Oh, because he was awesome for the French.
That's
You go
is
outside
that
of
you know
France.
that's racist that I can't like a military or imperial leader simply because they're not my skin color
Saying that
or
he did
language.
good, but he did a lot of good for the French. You
Yeah,
know.
he did a lot of good for the French. Therefore, he was a good ruler.
Well, to be
Oh, whoa! Being pro France is wild.
I'm not being
Jesus.
pro French. I'm being pro doing good unto your own people.
But to the French?
I don't give a shit where he was the ruler. He did good for his people.
But I'm firmly in the camp of not French. So,
Okay,
I'm
cool. Hamoud's a racist.
Well, to be fair, to be fair, France is France has got to go.
Oh yeah, no, they're shit. But like,
Yeah. France has
but if
really
you
got
can
to
get
go.
a ruler that makes your country not shit for a little while, I would say that that's commendable.
yeah, but he didn't. He just made it militarily powerful, and then
Yeah.
after that,
What's
Isn't
they
that
got
not,
totaled.
isn't that not a good thing? I mean, you made the country powerful and all. Isn't that not a good thing?
That is a good thing, absolutely. But in doing
okay?
so,
Discussion
Yeah.
over. There's no reason to continue now. Thank you, Hamoud. I'm glad we agree.
you know what? Whatever. This isn't the topic of this video.
And he did it all without fucking dragons, man! And speaking of which, this show is about House of the Dragon, and we're talking about Viserys.
Right, so Trisket brought up an excellent point that Viserys may not be mid. I would like to counter by saying that Viserys was given the piece that Jaehaerys created because Jaehaerys is just that much of a fucking Chad.
Mhm.
And Viserys just essentially got what Jaehaerys left behind. And because of Jaehaerys' diplomacy and like military prowess and just like everything Jaehaerys did, that caused the realm to be pretty stable. There was no like succession issue. There was a big succession issues, but Jaehaerys handled it because Jaehaerys fucking solos. So then you get to Viserys, and Viserys, of course, as Trisket says, does not really want the throne. That's fine and all. Okay, he can do that. That's great. But in doing so, like in getting the throne and all that, he doesn't accomplish much. He doesn't really do anything. It's just by being nothing that causes other people to just like sort of forget. Like they aren't interested in trying to like overthrow him. They aren't interested in, fighting against him because of course he has dragons. I mean, he rode Belerion. That he was the last person to ride Belerion before, Belerion died. So they had this massive, essentially a nuclear deterrent. They had a great king that fixed up all their issues basically. And then the times when Viserys is challenged with military might, he fumbles. It's left up to his brother Daemon to go and fix these problems for him. It's I understand not wanting to rule, but being so like negligent and getting to the point where if a real problem did show up, the realm would be fucked and you would be like named as one of the worst. You already are, but you were named as even more one of the worst kings. That's not a good thing. And also, he fucked up the succession so hard by going against Andalic tradition, and then deciding to have 3 more boys.
Well, to be fair, it's like you don't choose to have boys specifically. You just choose to have children, and
Yeah,
like don't get me
why?
wrong. Like
Yeah,
his
yeah,
rule
they're
is-
not the Bene Gesserit. They can't just choose the gender of their kid.
That's right. That's fair. But the fact that you can still go and create more that will rival your daughter's throne. Okay, we want to talk about like he named her heir. You know who else named someone as their heir? Like a lady as their heir? Maegor the fucking Cruel. Maegor named Arya his heir. What do you think happened? What did the Lord of the Realm do? Ah, hell no. Jaehaerys is king now. What? The precedent of the king naming an heir doesn't mean jack shit. I was that was a fun little rant. I'm happy I did that. I feel lighter. But yeah, that sums it up. I don't like Viserys. I think he's a weak and this is not in terms of the actor. The actor is one of the best actors I've ever seen. He handles his character very, 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 very well. And his dialogue really, really well written. You get this like I guess proud.
I'm gonna have to
man.
dip for a moment. I think someone's at my door. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll just talk more about Viserys then.
Yes, maintain that this is still usable content.
Yeah. So Viserys, I like what I mean by proud. I mean like he knows he's king and he can do whatever he wants, but he still pretends to care about the small folk. And he might genuinely do care about it, but it seems like he's pretending because of the actions he does. He does the dumbest fucking things. It's Viserys as a character is a character. It's like saying Cersei is a bad character because she's a villain. No, she's a perfect character. She's awesome.
Well, for a little while.
I think she was actually the most consistent. Like in season 8, she was very consistent, which surprised me because no one else was. Like I was actually like more fond of Cersei because she was the only one that retained her Cerciness.
I'll have to wait until I get there then. I've been doing a rewatch of Game of Thrones, but I'm only in season 3 right now, so I've still got a little ways to go before everything starts, going to shit.
Look at Cersei. Like keep an eye on Cersei when you're doing that. Because I think you'll notice as well that her character doesn't change, which I really like. But now we go back to Viserys again. The actor and the character are very, very, very good. Viserys as a person fucking sucks, but the actor and the character, excellent. East, do you have anything to say on that? Anything you want to add?
I kind of don't. Not really. I'm more in
Because you're
line
more
with you.
so
I'd say
like
on
the
Viserys.
analyzing characters and analyzing movies and stuff. I'm more so just I like it, I don't like it. So,
Which is funny because you had more to say about Viserys than I do. But I kind of want to wait until Tris gets back to keep keep talking about the topic,
yeah.
at hand. But no, I'd say that I agree with you. But he like he certainly is a very like well written character, but I don't know if I agree that he's a good king.
Mhm. With they the Viserys in Fire and Blood and the Viserys in House of the Dragon are two different characters, but they are very similar.
Mhm.
You can sort of when reading Fire and Blood, you can sort of see the thought process that are the exact same in House of the Dragon. It's just the results are different. Like for example, when the scene with Vaemond being killed in the book, Rhaenyra orders it like behind the scenes, and then Daemon lops his head off
Mhm.
and all that. And Vaemond's family goes to the king. They go to Viserys, saying that like our father has just been murdered by Rhaenyra and Daemon. Uh,
I think you cut out just then.
yeah, because my mic fell. It was quite funny.
Oh,
Like it fell all
I
the
was
way down.
wondering what that noise was.
Yeah, my bad.
How does one's mic just fall?
No, because like it's on a tripod right in front of me, and like if I like I'm gesturing and I actually touched it a little bit, and it just.
Oh,
So as I was saying with Vaemon's
Interesting.
family, they go to King Viserys and they're like, "We demand justice." What does Viserys do? He orders all of their tongues to be removed, and then puts them in prison.
kind of gives a little extra context behind the line. I'll have your tongue for that. In season 1.
Yeah, yeah. So Viserys is a much more like evil character in Fire and Blood,
Mhm.
but I guess I'm more so harping on that because I don't like Viserys. I think he's a fool, an idiot, and a craven.
Wow. Yeah. Wait for Trisket to come back before you say that. That's. I want to hear his reaction to that information because he loves the
Yeah,
guy.
yeah. Every time I refer to him, I like saying the fool King Viserys.
I have heard you say that before. Yeah.
I have no love for Viserys. Not saying I have any love for Daemon either. Fuck them. My favorite scenes in season one were when the Targaryens were fucking each other over.
Mhm.
Like when Viserys was telling off Daemon, and when Daemon was telling off Viserys, and when Viserys was telling off Rhaenyra. Those are all my favorite scenes because I despise those characters. It's like seeing the enemy of my enemy is my friend, except the enemy of my enemy is also my enemy. So I'm just gonna eat some popcorn and watch.
Fair point.
And so let's go into more. Let's talk about Viserys more when Triska comes back. But I think for right now, let's talk about. So, like, do you remember the first episode? I think let's go episode by episode. I think that.
I think that is how he wanted to do the discussion episode by episode, but to my shame, I didn't rewatch season 1 because I thought we were just going to be talking about season 2. So,
Oh, I was told the exact opposite. I
oh
mean,
really?
I
Okay.
watched through everything, but
Yeah.
with
So I
season,
gotta.
well, I think because it's fresh in my mind, I can sort of take the lead again on that. But with season one, with episode one, season one, uh, you see a very interesting dynamic being at play. And that is Viserys being like sort of a younger king, and he is much more, I guess, jovial. He wants the throne to pass to his son, and his wife is pregnant, so he's up in the air right now. He's very, very happy. And they have this big tourney, the big tournament.
Yeah, I remember that.
My biggest issue with that first episode of what I'm remembering is that tourney. Because it is... You're trying to have this like medieval scenario, right? You're trying to have this this tourney. How are you going to have that be logical if you're killing everyone that participates?
It's the Hunger Games problem. It's like,
it's so dumb.
yeah.
So what is the Hunger Games problem? I'm unaware of this. What is
Have
it?
you read or watched the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Hunger Games problem is that we're maintaining peace by murdering the children of the every district in a death tournament. And the capital is not properly equipped to deal with riots, by the way. So you know. One
You're
district
essentially-
riots and it nearly destabilizes the nation.
Yeah. You do something stupid without having, any protection for yourself, basically. It's just
Yeah, and like the Hunger
I
Games
wanna
does
be
have
evil for
military
evil's sake.
retaliation,
Sure.
but it's kind of weird that they didn't expect that would happen.
So it's like being evil for evil's sake.
Almost, yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, and
In that case,
bullying
yeah,
people that you
absolutely.
can't afford to bully.
Hmm. Also, welcome back, Trisket.
Yep, I'm back.
Hamoud, do you want to go ahead and say the thing that you said?
The Fool King Viserys. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, I heard
No,
him say that
Trisket-
plenty.
Oh, okay.
Trisket very much knows my opinion on Viserys.
Yeah, that's
Very-
why I thought it was gonna be like my
Yeah.
opinion that he's kind of all right was gonna be a bit of a hot take.
So we started talking about season 1, episode 1, but I want to go back to Viserys because we want to hear like your take on him, like going to specifics. Because I'm sure the audience has heard my take over and over
Yeah,
again.
the I think that his main problem was just there was never any reason for him to be tested, as or at least as far as he saw. Like going to war in the Stepstones, he should have done that. He absolutely should have. I agree, but there was never any like, at least as far as he saw, any pressing issues that weren't involving the succession. And I think that lack of testing, and there's even an entire scene directed at this lack of testing really kind of shows that we aren't going to see Viserys in at his worst, and so we'll never know what he's really like. Like, would the Crucible have molded him into a better, stronger man, or would he have buckled and become weak? And so that leaves one to wonder how many, or at least within the context of the show, I'm sure book fans would know the answer, but like, how often does a king end up going through something like very difficult, in the case of like an existential crisis like a war, and end up becoming great because of that, versus like, or were they just great to begin with?
Diaries.
Yeah, but he started his kingdom by fighting a war, right? Because the show doesn't make that clear.
With Jaehaerys?
Yeah.
Yeah, he fought against Maegor the Cruel.
Yeah, exactly. Viserys never had that kind of test.
But he could have. It's just that he himself chose not to. Like with the issue with the Stepstones, that is a very pressing issue, both in the books and in the show. He just waves it away and says, like,
So,
it's not.
if I may interject,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. So, what you're saying is that Viserys could have been a good king if he united the Seven Kingdoms into a military power and invaded Russia.
Well, no, I'm
Checkmate, motherfucker!
what I'm more saying is that, like, he had this issue of not being tested when he refused the test. You know, like that's where my issue with him really is.
True enough, but
Because
he's definitely much more of a diplomatic kind of person, and he even pointed out that the Triarchy was the ones giving the Crab Feeder his supplies, and all at war with the Triarchy. Like, if he gets directly involved, there was a chance that the Triarchy would get directly involved, and Viserys probably saw it as more prudent to teach his daughter how to rule.
by letting her go off alone and, you know, fix his issue. Viserys creates issues that other people have to fix.
Uh, he didn't let her go off on her own. That was something that she chose to do on her own, and
Yeah.
that was before the battle with the Stepstones.
Yeah. That's fair, but still with Viserys, he doesn't, you know, take charge. He is so passive that it would be detrimental. Viserys himself sucks, but the people that are surrounding him are very capable. And so that's why it gives the false impression that, or in my eyes, the false impression that he is also of their caliber. When it's like saying that Ares was of the same level as Tywin Lannister. You know, it's like, no, you're just surrounding yourself with smart people. You're surrounding yourself with people that would make the realm prosper.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's where I got the impression. Yeah, because, like, I recognize all of Corlys's feats as his own. I recognize all of Daemon's as his own. But maybe you are getting at something because, like, those two are, like, men of very direct and explosive and violent action, you know? Like, they will get their hands directly on whatever it is that they're trying to do, while the others are much more, you know, just talk about it, influence it, and try and direct things in a certain direction, like, you know, Otto, or, I forget his name, the Strong Lionel was his name?
Yeah, Lionel.
Yeah. Like, those two are definitely much more of the persuasive sort. So,
But also with Viserys, so let's talk about this in terms of CK3. He is very much not he's not following the martial path.
mhm.
He's not following the intrigue path. He is just stuck on diplomacy. Because had he done like martial stuff, he would be in the Stepstones. Had he done intrigue stuff, he would pay mercenaries to be in the Stepstones. It's just like you had the
Well,
Stepstones.
yeah, he
are
made
one of my-
wisdom his dump stat because he thought it would be useful.
Yeah. It's like
I don't think that's what a dump stat is, bud.
Yes, it is. Shut up.
there's so many ways that you could solve this. And I mean, he does solve it by force when it comes up to Rhaenyra's stuff. So like I shall have your tongue for that. He's going like hardcore into, you know, being like, "Oh, I'm the action man. How dare you insult me? I'll be action man." Be fucking action man to help the realm, dumbass. You know, it's oh my god, I despise Viserys.
Isn't your dump stat what you dump points into to make it stronger?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I've always heard it as dump stat being like, I've got these other points I don't know what to do with. I'll just dump them somewhere else.
That doesn't make any sense. It's your dump stat, not your not dump stat.
Well, yeah, but you're dumping off the no longer needed points somewhere else. Like, you know.
I feel like they should probably call it something else then, because I only get the impression that this is what you dump all of your points into from hearing the words dump and stat concurrently like that.
Well, I don't know.
This has nothing to do with the discussion.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like he's a lesser man of better sires. You know, way better sires. Fucking Balon the Brave. Oh, man, if he had been king, that would have been awesome. But that's going into fucking speculation, and I leave that to the TikTok girlies.
Don't bring them in here.
Nah, the audience must grow.
But yeah. So we have very varying opinions on Viserys.
Yeah, and
It's just I don't
you make some
as
compelling.
a character.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, as a character and as an actor, great job. Paddy Considine is awesome.
Mhm.
But with his decisions, it's like I really don't like him. I very rarely have I seen him do anything that's like good. And the only times he has is when he's shitting on either Daemon or Rhaenyra. Because fuck them. When I complain about these guys, it's based on characters, not based on their acting.
Yeah.
Because in terms of acting, everyone in that show does an amazing job, except for one person, where I think we'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
But
Well, I suppose that would actually be a pretty good segue. I will say before you make some compelling points. I'm just not entirely convinced. It's hard for me to say, really.
Yeah.
I will probably admit that maybe I am more like biased by like his acting or whatever, so that could easily be it. But we'll see. But now that you've mentioned bad acting, the opposite of Paddy Considine, who was fucking robbed. I suppose we can now talk about the worst actor of the bunch, Massaria.
my queen, you are the one true queen.
You are the bestest of them all. You are so cool and hot and awesome.
What is it with this show and characters becoming shit as soon as they start saying McQueen?
Right?
So I think
So,
let's talk about the elephant in the room with Massaria first. Her accent.
Oh, that's the elephant in the room?
Because I think she might be a great actress. It's just that the accent. I don't know if it's her real accent. If it is, then
It doesn't sound
take back everything I
Japanese.
say.
Or English. I think she's putting it on, honestly.
Yeah, because it takes away from what's happening. Like, you can sort of struggle to understand her, and then she's saying these big, like, complicated words.
McQueen, you know how long I've been waiting for this? Oh, I'm about to make a name for myself.
It's like, what the fuck did you just say?
But yeah, her dialogue, the way that her accent is, I understand that she's from YT, and I understand that she's played by a Japanese actress. So I'm not going to say too much, except that I don't like it. I don't like the decision that the casters made.
The casters?
Yeah, the casters, as in, not casters creep,
The-
not
the-
casters creep.
The casting director.
The casting director?
So, I don't like the decision that the wizard made.
Wizard man.
Personally, I think that the necromancers have a lot to speak for in the creation of this show. I just have to bring that up.
Well,
think
I
they fucked up.
prefer the ones that summoned Corliss. Those guys are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, fair point.
Oh my god, they were awesome.
But
Yeah. No, I've been speaking too much. Trisket, let's have you talk.
I fucking hate Massaria. I'm sorry. She isn't a character. She's like she had a character in the start of season 1, just wasn't delivered very well, and then it's like, oh, she's holding the king hostage. That's interesting. And then in the entirety of season 2, she's just a hype man. but worse. Like Erwin Smith from Attack on Titan is a pretty good hype man because he's always knows like what to say and how to say it, and it's always built on like a gamble. But like you know that dozens of people are gonna die no matter what decisions made, and so he as a commander needs to like make these decisions. So it's like be like a hype man being your primary like character trait. That's okay. It's just have it one acted well and two written well, and it is neither in this case. It's poison. It's infectious. It's just
Tell them how you feel.
yeah. It's just
Sorry, Cricket. I wanted to ask you a question about. Sorry, this is going off topic. Attack on Titan. Do you think it was the right move for Levi to not give the commander the basically not allow him to turn into the colossal Titan? Do you think that was character assassination or that was a good choice on Levi's part?
I think that actually the decision makes I think the decision makes both narrative and strategic sense because Erwin was an exhausted soldier, and if he was given a second chance, then he would be given like everything that's in the basement. He'd learn about the world outside, and that's his goal complete. He wouldn't have much of a goal beyond that, and he could probably start a new one. But given how exhausted he was already suffering from really severe battle fatigue. So giving it to someone who is almost as intelligent, but still has a fresh, young mind, a lot of energy, giving a second chance to someone like that is a strategic decision. It's tough to say which one is the right decision, but they both make perfect sense, both narratively and strategically. I think it's the right call, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So back to House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Um.
That's Misery. As she's known in
Yeah,
the books.
Misery.
Misery.
The White Worm, who ironically isn't.
In the book, she's like albino, I think, which is why she has that name. But yeah, in the book, she is monstrous, man. I can't even describe the type of shit she says. She's fucking insane. And I love what happens to her, man. Like, fuck her.
Damn, tell her
I'm
how
not
you
gonna
really
spoil
feel.
it. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Like, I'm just rereading some chapters, and she and Rhaenyra are just like comedically evil. Just fucking ooh.
I'd rather that than what we got in season 2, if I'm being honest. Because like I like
No, you
Rhaenyra
would
as a
not.
character overall, but like the scenes where it's just the two of them talking, it's just everyone else sucks, and she's like, "You're so right, my queen." It's like, okay, are you gonna offer anything? Are you gonna offer like a new perspective? Are you gonna like legitimize any of the criticisms, or are you going to like go with the angle of like hyping her up so that you can get in her good graces, like feeding her ego, like
For the
what exactly
reason
are we gonna
of-
do here? And it's like, oh, we're just gonna have a scene to like hype up Queen Rhaenyra, and that's it.
Mhm.
Like hopefully season
For
3 and 4 will salvage it, but it's I don't know. I'm not liking those odds considering who the writers are and what their political beliefs are very clearly
For the
pointing
reason
towards.
of Blood and Cheese. Like, because Blood and Cheese was severely diluted from the books,
Yeah.
I prefer this version of Missaria because the book one is just disgustingly evil. Like, oh, evil.
On
I'm
like
not-
a comfort level, like prefer on like a comfort level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because, like, again, like, in order to have a narrative, you need to have a character, and Massaria doesn't have much of one.
Yeah.
They have enough material to salvage, but I'm worried that they won't.
Yeah, her and Damon being her and Damon's stuff is not as deep as it was in the books, because in the books it was like a deeper relationship.
Mm-hmm.
and her not being able to have kids and being like abused by her dad is show stuff because it may be in the books but it's not written. So I do get that they're trying to make her have some more character, and that's okay. You can like delve more into that, but then you have her just randomly, saying that and then kissing the queen.
Yeah, it's like,
It-
if you're gonna add character, make it meaningful. Don't just say,
It
I was
seems like
abused by
these
my
guys
dad, wanna make
can't
out?
It seems like these guys can't do friendships. They have to make it sexual.
Yeah, it's weird.
I think that's basically Hollywood in a nutshell. Like most of the movies, they do that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Abusive relationship. Oh, let's have sex.
yeah, because these writers are the same type of people as, like,
It's
the tweetards and the
it's a
TikTok
fetish.
girlies and all that. It's the same people.
The CW.
It's a fetish.
Ugh.
In fact, the reason
fetish.
why they had that last scene in season 2, I read from the writers that the people wanted to see that, and I know exactly the people they were referring to. The
Yo, what fucking
TikTok girlies.
people?
Yeah, the fucking TikTok girlies.
The ones
man.
that shouldn't have a vote? Like, what?
Yeah. It's like, should you aren't even allowed to watch this? Like, fuck you mean? What's a 13-year-old doing watching Game of Thrones? What the fuck you doing?
Right?
I mean, age ratings at this point doesn't really mean anything. At this point,
Yeah.
anyone can just watch it nowadays. The parents don't really care about what their kids watch. I don't.
And the issue is that
Ah.
I think one of the other reasons why they did that thing in season 2 is because of they don't want to go into traditional drama stereotypes, because in traditional drama stereotypes it's like this whole thing could have just been solved if you talked to each other, but they went too hard into just talking to each other to the point where they make the dumbest strategic decisions
Yeah.
the dumbest strategic decisions to talk to each other. And then you have to, like, we were discussing this in private, but you have to make a headcanon in your head in order to like this properly.
Yeah, in order to make
You
it
know,
work. Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's what I was
And
talking
that-
about. Like, they have material to salvage, they just need to put it in the fucking show.
Mhm.
So,
And while I do like not being told everything because I want to, think about it on my
Mhm.
own, like I prefer emotions and physicality more so than dialogue. Unless that dialogue betrays that emotion and physicality, which in that case is fucking awesome. That's perfect. Cinema. As Pyro Cynical would say, fucking cinema. Wait, hold on, let me do a Hey guys,
oh, no.
It's me guys. Fucking cinema, mate.
It sounds like you're imitating somebody who's like quoting Shrek without having seen it.
Yeah, no, that's Pyro Cynical.
That's what Pyrocynical sounds like.
Yeah,
he sounds
yeah,
like
yeah.
somebody.
no, he's just a deep voiced British guy. Like,
Yeah, like
that's-
come
hold on,
on.
no, I was
like,
doing 2016 Pyro, hold on. Fucking inflation, mate. Yeah. No, he's not English, hold on.
no, he is
you gotta
English.
add
How
the.
does-
He is English.
No, but he's not London English,
Yes.
my bad. He's Birmingham, England. What the fuck, man?
Are
What
you
the
sure?
fuck, man? That's what he sounds like.
You gotta make sure you throw in the N word.
Oh no, it's not 2016 Pyro anymore. Now he's Pyro, like inflation
Now he's
Pyro.
cross-dressing Pyro.
Now he's
Yeah,
like the
well,
X-Men Pyro,
I don't know that.
but without the powers.
I mean, he has the
So he's
powers
just
of
man.
He just increases his size when he gets anxiety.
Man.
Isn't that the Blob?
Oh. Well, actually,
why did I even bring up Pyro? I was talking about someone else. Forgot what I was talking about.
Shrek.
Hey guys, so we did it. We reached a quarter of a
Is
million
that-
subscribers.
Now you sound like what's his name? Moist Critical.
This monotone beat.
British moist critical.
moist britical.
Hey guys, I just took a massive shit in my doo-doo cracker caca. I don't like. Oh, moist critical. Mm.
So,
And I thought I
East.
could do the pyro voice better, but
East.
Yes, I am East.
Me and Hamoud have been absolutely dominating this conversation. Is there anything you'd
That's
like
okay.
to add?
I like to consider. I like to consider. It's as I confessed to Hamoud, and now I have to confess to you that I didn't rewatch season 1 in preparation for this. So I'll be the moderator for your guys' argument.
well, we were talking about Missaria, and she has a lot of screen.
Oh,
time
she's
in
got a lot of screen time in season 2 for sure, but we can't talk about that yet. So I will simply say that she's shit. I don't like her. Moving on.
No, I just meant like in general. Is the and anything you'd like to like mention about the show, like the way it's made, or like a particularly good or terrible like
Up to the point that we're
display.
at in our discussion, because we're still like in like episode 1 and 2, yeah, right now. Or are we even really following any kind of linear timeline at this
I
point?
don't think there's really much need for a structure. We can go thought to thought here.
Okay. Well, we're not really into the meat of what I have to really say about the show, so I'll let the conversation kind of continue naturally to that point without forcing, like, hey guys, let's talk about this.
Okay.
But yeah, that's yeah. No, you guys go ahead and keep going, and I'll interject where when I think of something.
Okay. T-Pain. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share about the show?
Yes, please tell us about what tell us about your experience with Hotted.
Hot D.
Of course.
Hot D.
I liked the black character with the dreadlock.
Oh.
Which one?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's.
Oh shit!
I can think of it. I
there's
can
more than
think of
There's
one. McGinty.
I love the idea of the Nigeria going, wait, there's more than one black man? Like, there's just something funny about that.
They have a whole family of black people with dreadlocks.
The one that I'm thinking of, like, the one that like stands on business, like, that guy.
You mean Corliss?
Yeah,
Corliss is awesome, dude.
You mean
Oh
core
my God.
base?
core based.
Like I don't really like Team Black, but Corliss and Rainey's, at least in the beginning, were fucking awesome.
Oh shit!
Core less is more.
Yeah, Corliss is more.
Yeah.
More
Yes,
core less.
East. Coreless. That's a very weird name to give a black person.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be a white guy.
They are.
So-
They all are.
Oh, so
Yeah.
the blackwashed him. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But they blackwashed him in the most logical way, I guess, for this series.
Yeah.
So it's not stupid. It's not like making Alexander the Great black. It's making a minor Valyrian house black. So it's like, okay, as long as it's consistent, it makes sense.
Well, he might also like Vaemond.
I do like Vaemond.
Yeah, Vaemond's great.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Oh, you'll love Vaemond. He's like, he's got his wits about him. He keeps his head in every situation.
Yeah, he's got a real level head on him.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
And he's good with his tongue.
Man can throw his voice. It's almost like he's in two places at once. He'll be talking in the middle of the room, but his head is somewhere, but his mind is somewhere else.
Yeah, he's a bit of a tongue waggler.
He is telling all kinds of thoughts to be gone.
He tells it like it is.
He certainly does. That Vaemond.
But actually, since we are talking about the Valarians now,
Clever segue.
I really liked them, and I I do appreciate why they made them black, because I was actually talking to Rogar about this before, like I would say maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Hmm.
We were in the call together and we were just talking. And one of the things that a lot of people really like, that's sort of like a buzzword, is representation. And with having a black family, like I was talking to Rogar about this, Vogar really liked them because it felt like, representation. It felt like he could sort of put himself in that area,
Look,
like he was represented in there.
I mean,
And
That's odd. He doesn't
I mean,
normally talk like that.
I mean, that's a weird thing to like. I don't really believe in this whole representation thing. Like, do I have to? What's the word? Do I have to? What's the fucking word? Jesus Christ. Do I have to follow your character because he isn't, the same skin color as me to like for you to be able to like them or you know be like them or fuck, I'm lost for words. Basically, I don't really care like whether the character is white or black.
Oh, relate
That's
to,
that's
do you
basically
mean?
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, relate. Shit, I'm a dumbass. Yes, relate. Like you don't like I don't like that thing that people say that, oh, if this character is in black, I can't relate to the person, or if
well,
this character is in white, I can't relate.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that like it's
Yeah, I know,
refreshing.
I know.
You
I'm just,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm just saying that most people say that nowadays, and it's very annoying.
Because like I'm a big fan of this series, and my favorite house is fucking
Mm.
House Martell. Guess why? They're the Sand people. They're the the like the Arabs and the Spanish. They're like
Sorry,
Mm.
I couldn't help it.
they're the Sand people
What the fuck?
basically.
What the fuck?
And
Uh,
I sort of feel myself represented when I see them. It's like, oh, that's awesome. That if I were to put myself in this show, I could fit in as a Dornishman, you know? And I appreciate that if you're black, uh, if you want to sort of like put yourself into the show, you can do that by being House Valarian, which is fucking awesome. Like that's one of the coolest houses. And I mean, they in the books they do have black representation, absolutely, but that's like the Summer Islands where you don't really see too much, right? So it's just the idea of like this diversity so that people can relate to. I understand a lot of people are like, "Oh, but that's stupid. That's bad. That's blah 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 blah."
mm,
It's
mm,
in terms of ratings. Like if you're a moderate
mm.
fan, right? If you are like, okay, like I'm not too interested. Like I'm not too interested in Star Wars, right? But if they have like great like Arab or South Asian representation, I'm going to be like, oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Like I'm that much more interested to watch the show. So it's a great business move.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Majority of the time, right? It's mostly done with characters that aren't that, let's say there's like a source material and all those things. They mostly race swap those characters. I think that's the problem, if you understand what I mean.
Oh, but I do, but that's not the situation in this case because in this case they
Mm,
do it in a respectful
okay.
way, Because I
Mm,
understand your issue
mm,
where it's like they just make it random. Like, oh, this one person in this family is black, but the next one is Chinese, the next one is like white. That doesn't make sense. Why would
mm,
that make?
mm,
But with House Valarian, the entire family is black. It's a black family. So
mm,
then they use that so when children are born, you can tell if they're from Valarian descent. Where it's like, oh, they're black. They must have some Valarian blood.
Oh,
and that
blood
becomes a
runs
major
thick.
issue. Yeah, it becomes a major issue later on when you see Rhaenyra's children are white, like straight up white, pale white, and so that,
Why are you
that
white?
sort of yeah. I mean, her
Why are you
husband
white?
is black. Her husband is half black, so why are her children just pure white? That's like one of the issues. In the books, the main issue is the hair color. But in the show, they made it a very big point that it's not just the hair color. You can very obviously see that, Rhaenyra's children are not from her husband. So I'm very fond of the way that they made the Valarians black. And from talking with Rogar, he really liked it too. So I do have to give them props on that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
And
they-
also,
they
the
did a good
Valerians.
job with it.
Yeah.
I had to see this, now so do all of you.
God. Ooh, brother. Ooh. Ooh.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Please, no, no. What the fuck?
But I think that the
Oh my
driving force behind the Valarians is Corlys.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah, his character, his acting, everything, Corlys is just awesome.
I went looking for clips of Vaemon's epic contribution to the story, and I swear to God, these two videos were stacked right on top of each other in YouTube.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to post the screenshot of this.
Okay.
It's a time lapse.
Christ.
Oh yeah, spoilers for House of the Dragon, by the way.
It's a House of the Dragon discussion.
No, I know,
Oh yeah,
I know.
we're talking about
I
everything.
mean, you basically said everything at this point.
Not even
Um,
close to.
Yeah, no.
There's so much.
oh, bruh.
Viserys fucking dies.
Yes. I'm just so sad that even in the book he dies peacefully. I was like, nah.
I wanted to point a very cool connection out. That I think I mentioned to Trisket once, but I don't know if I pointed it out to you, Hamoud. When he has his golden half mask, his Baldwin the Fourth mask, over one side of his face.
Hmm.
It's the same side of his face and the same coverage that young Viserys has after Drogo pours the molten gold on his head.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, that would make sense because like both Viserys, the former and the last. I like that. That's
Mhm.
very interesting. I mean, I doubt that it does much more than that. It's just a cool reference, I guess. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. It's nifty. It's neat. See, I like things.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
Well, speaking of, I guess we can segue into it. What
into what? What are we
yeah,
talking about?
what are some other things that you like about the show?
I
Kristen
love
Cole.
dragons.
Oh, Dragons and Kristen Cole.
Dragons and Kristen Gold.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, both culminating in season 2, episode 4, which was fucking dope.
Mm-hmm. But
Is
what I
that-
love so much about Kristen is that, like, he's a very honor-based character, and you see that sort of honor being shattered, and you can see that like it sort of fucks with him. He doesn't like that, and then he tries to make his peace with it, but he can't really, do that. And that culminates with like the final scene of him, not his death or anything, but like final scene of him in season 2, where he's like talking with Gwen. Is that the final scene? It's one of the last scenes. But I just really like his character. Because no matter what the fucking TikTok girlies will say, saying that like, oh, he's so fake, he's so fake. I did not really get that. You know, like he's bitter, of course, against Rhaenyra. That's like that makes sense. But he is still very like honor focused. He's very focused on being an honorable person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's to the point where after he does, you know, the stupidest thing, killing Joffrey at their wedding, which
Yeah. So,
The books
that's not
handle
even like
that
the
so much
worst.
better.
That's not even his worst moment in the fucking show. But like, that is probably the dumbest thing he does.
it's so bad. Now that being said, when it's later and he essentially throws Eric under the bus, that's sort of the point where I'm like, okay, he stopped being that like innocent, not innocent, but noble character to being a player of the Game of Thrones.
Mm.
I don't know. It's just like I'm a sucker for honorable, likable characters like Jonathan Joestar.
Yeah.
I fucking love season 1 JoJo. I love that dude. So cool.
So, I I really really like Cole because I think he's a hypocrite and he knows it, and that sort, or at least after a certain point, like he starts off with unbesmirched honor, but then it later becomes besmirched, and it sort of creates this spiral effect on him where he becomes a hypocrite because he keeps breaking the rules, to like in these momentary lapses where he's like, I just, I don't want to deal with everything right now. I'm stressed. I'm gonna fuck the queen. And then he's like, I shouldn't have
Based.
done. And then he's like, I shouldn't have done that. I'm stupid, and he takes it out on other people, and then he feels bad for doing that, and then he fucks the queen to de-stress, and it's like, shit, I keep doing it, and it all culminates in, during the war. He leads all those soldiers at Rook's Rest. He takes castle after castle after castle, nothing but victories, and then he goes to Rook's Rest, and he sees dragons fight. And when the dragons are fighting, like they're boiling bloods, like landing on people. He's seeing armor melting, people like turning to fucking ash, people dancing on fire. Like he saw some of the most horrific shit. And being a man of honor, even though it is besmirched honor, he still sees that and realizes, oh, it's my fault that these people are here. I. It could be said that I killed these people. Like, this is my fault. And even I personally wouldn't say that it is his fault, but I can see why someone in his position, or even who was just there, would blame themselves for for their comrades dying in such horrific ways. And then it turns out the person that he had at court was his best friend at court, his closest ally, Aemond, is a lying, manipulative piece of shit. I wonder if he saw like the worst in himself and was like, "Oh my god, I need to fucking stop," and he just became the most nihilistic character in the entire series. Like he has effectively become a poison not just unto himself but onto the morale of his fellow soldiers, as seen with the monologue in season 2, episode 8. And I cannot fucking wait to see where that goes. I love Kristen Cole as a character.
With that scene, what really irked me was the rest of the camp just stopped to look at them and hear them. When Gwaine was straight up saying, "Hey, you're fucking the queen," and he's like, "Oh, yeah, but I'm sad." It like, well, imagine what the soldiers are thinking. Like,
I'm doing it for my nation.
What? It's dumb. Like,
I don't think he cares, honestly. Like I said, he does not care about anything at the moment. He's just kind of waiting to die at this point.
He should
Yeah.
just puss out like a bitch, like Sir Eric did.
No, but I think that the biggest thing had to be with like the direction. Like, why did they have the soldiers stop and hear them? You know, I would prefer if they went like into the woods a little bit so that the soldiers don't hear that, you know, the queen is fucking the crown, the crown guard, the king's guard. You know, like that.
Well,
I think that shouldn't be, you know,
to be fair, she's technically not the queen anymore. She has no position in court. Like
dowager
her,
queen, dowager.
Yeah,
queen.
her queenly title is well, her husband's dead. You know, her son's in charge. She has no power at court. She's been ousted from court. Now, I don't know how clued in the average person would be in on those details, but
I mean, everyone would know the dowager queen. Like,
yeah, I don't know how deeply these people would really care about that, especially given where they're heading and what's about to happen.
well, I think the best way is like, you know how random people know about like Kate Middleton and are like, oh, ew, like she's doing that, and then they have like a disdain for her. Yeah, I think it'll be like very, very similar to that.
Mm.
I mean, it's the queen of the Seven Kingdoms.
Sure,
Queen.
that's true.
McQueen. I
Well,
don't
then
want it.
I guess another
Spit
angle.
on him.
I guess another angle to look at it from would be, excuse me, if you know Gwaine did see the you know the whole sniffing of the what's it called, the handkerchief thing, I guess.
The favor.
Yeah, thank you, the favor. And wanting to protect his sister's honor would, you know, he might draw his sword publicly, because if he just took Cole into the woods and said, hey, what's fucking going on, buddy, and then, like, beat him or killed him or whatever, like, and then he just came back to camp alone, there would be problems. I know there's smarter ways to handle that, but, he probably wasn't, like, planning ahead all that politically in that moment. He just saw that and was like, motherfucker. So kind of had a bit of a reactionary moment. So I don't know. I don't know that. I don't think that anything is like really contradicted. So I don't really see any real issues with it. It's just I don't disagree that it's like not the smartest play politically, but I don't see any issue with it narratively.
My issue is that they just
Interesting.
don't care about the small folk until they do care about the small folk.
That is something that's
They're
consistently a
bureaucrat.
problem.
Though. Like, that's kind of consistently a problem in real life.
Well, yes, but
like,
the show doesn't either.
Yeah,
the
okay,
small
yes, that's right.
are struggling, the small folks are not doing well, and then, you know, one of the big, okay, they want their cake and they want their cake and they want to eat it too.
Yes.
At least
know.
they bother to show the small folk, unlike a certain other thing in which our people are suffering and dying, Chancellor. We're never going to show it to you, though.
Like in the books, the small folk are very pro Rhaenyra. That's in the books, and they want to have that. They want to show that the small folk are pro Rhaenyra, or at least in the beginning. They're at least so in the beginning. However, in the end of season 1, Rhaenys, who is also pro Rhaenyra, slaughters 10,000 of them in the dragon pit.
That's so stupid. She popped out of the ground to kill a bunch of people just to sort of like snarl at the people she's supposed to kill, and then just fucks off.
Bye!
Just oh,
And then
objectively
when
the
they
worst part of the
parade-
series.
when
Cap
they
thought that was
parade-
awesome when it happened. I had to
No!
explain it. I had to explain it to him. Like, no, this is really
How do you
stupid.
have to explain that?
I don't know. He's a stoner.
And then when they parade Melee's head through King's Landing, all the small folk are like, "Oh no! Oh no! That's bad! Oh no!"
Yeah, if my grandmother got squished by a rock, and then it turns out a lizard threw that rock, and I saw that lizard's severed head, I'd be like, fuck yeah! We're awesome! Our side's winning!
Yeah, and I mean, I'm surprised they didn't throw things at Melee's.
Right? Like, I could see, like, some people, because, like, King's Landing is a big fucking city. Like, there's gonna be people
Yeah.
that weren't directly affected by it, or who just don't care. Like, I could see, like, the thing happening, and as long as, just have the detail of some people, like, spitting or throwing food, or some people being like, ah, finally, we killed that dragon, and then someone else being, no, Targaryens killing dragons, that's, you know, like, taking it from a more
And they should have
religious
told that guy
angle.
to shut the fuck up.
Well, I would have
Like-
too, but like just show that dissent is growing, not just this magic. Hey, everyone likes Rhaenyra, because why? Why does everyone magically like Rhaenyra? Like, explain.
I
that.
don't.
No, I'm saying in the show, you know.
No, I know. I know. But like, I don't.
Well, as a person or a character.
As a character.
I don't think I know Rhaenyra personally.
Yeah, I've never met Rhaenyra, and I
I'm
don't.
sure
I've-
the actress Emma Darcy is a wonderful lady. It's like
Listen,
she's not
listen.
Rhaenyra though.
I've never met Rhaenyra, nor have I ever interacted with her, nor do I have any evidence of this. But she touched my dick at a party.
It sounds like a Rhaenyra moment, honestly.
Uh huh.
It sounds like something she would do.
I reject the opinion that Emma Darcy's a good person because she's the one that came up with the stupid kiss.
That was her idea.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
That was so stupid.
Well, I think it's the environment. It's the environment surrounding that. Like it was definitely the show writers.
The
who were like, "Oh my
pro-lesbian
God,
environment
that's
of the
so
Middle
great."
Ages.
No, of
I
the
mean
writing
show
room.
writers.
Oh, okay. Make that distinction. I was
Because
really
obviously the show-
confused for a second.
The show writers are very much like, "Oh my God, yes, Slay."
Yeah,
And
they're
so-
TikTok girlies.
She and it's not Emma Darcy, but who plays young Rhaenyra.
Millie Alcock.
Yes. Her and is it still Olivia Cook who plays young Allison? Yeah.
No,
okay.
it's someone else.
No, it's a different lady.
Okay. Well, the two young versions of those were like had a thing where like, oh yeah, we both played our characters as queer, and it's like, why though? Like, what was the point
Why
of
not?
that? What does that add to anything? Like, both of these characters end up in straight relationships and never really, like, until that one scene.
Which
like-
was spontaneous. That wasn't in the script.
Yeah, yeah. Like, you're creating something that, one, doesn't have any purpose, and two, doesn't actually add any depth to the characters because who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Like, it's a political intrigue show. It's the same as like all of the sexual scenes that don't add to anything in House of Cards. It's like there's one relationship in House of Cards that actually matters, that has a sexual edge to it, and everything else is like, this is pointless. This doesn't tell me anything about you.
Yeah, like, if it went anywhere, then it's like, well, yeah, okay. You know, this went somewhere. It was worth it. Whether or not it's, like, well written is another question, but, like, but when it's pointless, you know? When it actively fights against what's being presented, then it's like, what are we doing here? You know? So, we'll see what happens in seasons 3 and 4, but I get the feeling that it's, like, not gonna... I feel like there's gonna be some pretty blatant incongruencies.
I know what's going to happen in season 3 if they keep this logic, and Rhaenyra will come out on top, and I'm just scared how far on top she'll go. As in, like, what
Is
are the
she a
writers
top?
going to do? She might be with how the writers are.
Well, no, did you not see the scene where she banged Daemon? She's totally a bottom. And with Cole,
No. She's a power bottom.
because she's the
Well,
queen.
you don't know
Fucking-
how she
God
is
damn it.
with, like, you don't know how she is with ladies.
She's on the bottom, but she's generating all of the power. What's the 50 Shades the 50 Shades Freed line you're topping from the bottom now?
God, that's stupid.
Yeah. No, I don't know. No, Anastasia Steele has an arc. God damn it.
So, with what's her name?
Rhaenyra Steele.
Oh my god. Well, if we're talking about Rhaenyra, we might as well talk about Daemon.
I like Damon.
Yeah,
I
he's,
don't. He's
Okay, as a
gross.
person or
He's
as a
gross.
character?
He's gross. I don't like him.
No, he's cool.
He's gross. I don't like him.
What's gross about him?
What? There is
Incestuous
no
rapist.
way you said that.
Hold
to
up,
me.
hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm getting to something.
Oh
Chris,
wait,
shut
no,
up.
he's just from the south. Never mind.
I'm not from the
Uh-oh.
South. I just
Uh-oh.
live there.
Yeah, from.
Eh.
Okay.
I'm-
So, Daemon. He's very much like he wants to be king, and when Viserys made the dumbass decision that I'm gonna name Rhaenyra queen, Daemon's like, oh shit, yeah, I'll just marry her to me.
Yes.
And
Political
he-
move.
yeah, which is okay, that's logical.
He's
But
standing
then-
on business.
And then he takes her to a brothel.
Oh no, that was after the brothel.
That yeah, no, the,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
marriage
yeah,
is after
yeah,
the
my bad.
brothel,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
the move to marry
Yeah.
her is after.
But before, yeah, so before that, he takes her to a brothel in the middle of the night, strips off half.
That
her
is when they're
clothes,
open.
Leaves.
Yeah, he just leaves her half naked.
Yeah. Okay, listen. I know that like you're not much of a Chad or whatever, but you gotta leave him wanting more. That's how it works. That's how you do it. That's standing on business right there.
Okay,
she was
so-
a little child, little miniature creature.
No,
Well,
don't get me wrong.
okay.
I agree that seems.
That's why he didn't go through with it. He was like, I ain't into the jailbait, bitch.
But he, oh my.
Well, no, what I think it is he wanted to, but something in him about loyalty to the family was telling him, yeah, you probably shouldn't.
Gotta not do it for my family.
Yeah, which.
Holding out for my mom.
Oh, yeah, that's.
If I wasn't holding out for that sassy fox that birthed me, I'd fuck the white right out of that hair.
Ah, God, why?
Oh, well, and then back into it, like.
Pop a boner in that shit so hard it comes out the top of your head.
Replace all her melanin with semen.
Fuck yeah. You ready to cosplay Frosty the Snowman, bitch?
Bitch gonna look like a cinnamon bun when I'm done with her.
You're gonna want to glove upon that hand.
What the show's
Pillsbury
first
dope.
season?
The Pillsbury
the show's-
dope, bitch.
The Pillsbury dope, bitch.
My biggest issue with like the show's first season, I guess, would just be the senseless violence. That it was just like overly violent for no reason. Like the hands tourney, or not the hands tourney, the birth of the son's tourney,
Yeah.
where everyone fucking dies, and then Kristen Cole at the wedding just randomly for no reason beating Joffrey to death.
Well, it wasn't
And
for no
then-
reason, but it definitely wasn't justified enough.
Yeah, it was dumb. And then what was the?
And then when he fucking throws Beesbury onto the
No, that actually was in the books. That piece of senseless violence was, but in the books,
yeah,
it
but the
was
way
like,
it's
oh my God.
executed there, he just tells him sit down, and then he falls down, and he hits his head on a rock and dies. It's so lame. And then it's just not even
Beesbury.
acknowledged. Like, well, no, it is acknowledged, but it's like, ah,
Yeah,
God.
it's the lack of acknowledgement that really hurts this. Like, you have all the senseless violence, and no one cares. No
Yeah.
one is. They only care for that one episode, and then after that, it's like, oh, okay. Nothing.
the most like with the others, there's like at least like an excuse, like maybe not a good one always, but there's at least like an excuse. Like with Cole killing Beesbury, it's like okay, well we're putting everyone that we want, so this was probably going to happen anyway. The tournament, everyone maybe agreed ahead of time, hey, it's okay, it's fucking stupid, but and we're making it up for the script, but whatever. The most egregious example, because it's absolutely unforgivable in how it's executed, is episode 9. That's with the dragon pit.
Yeah, it's senseless violence, and they do it obviously because you want to have this like that's so scary. But if you
Yeah.
do so much, it's just like okay, now I don't care, and now you have to like make every more instance of this happening be even more brutal and even more crazy.
Yeah, and it's we gotta get those ratings up. It's like yeah, you could do that. Just wait like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like they could have had the scene. Well, remember we were talking about this with like Damon because Damon's fucking insane, using a sharp blade, Dark Sister, in Attorney. Him actually maybe killing people is like okay, that's bad. But then seeing Kristen beat him, that would make people be like, okay, yeah, Kristen's the underdog, Kristen's the hero, like he stopped this crazy madman from killing everyone. And then you see in the book when Joffrey dies, it's at another tourney, and Kristen Cole just so happens to bash his face in with a mace, accidentally. Accidentally with huge air quotes.
Well, you saw the kind of damage that he did with his bare fucking hands. Like those things those things should be registered as maces.
Yeah, I saw the damage that the show declared he did.
Yeah. It's like how did he chip off his skull with his knuckles?
Yeah.
How did he do that? Like I don't know if how well anyone in the call or in the audience knows this, but punching hurts.
Yeah.
Yes, punching does in fact. Well, depending on where on the human body you are hitting somebody, but bone to bone, hard to hard, don't. Yeah, that'll hurt.
That's like
You want to go soft to hard or hard to soft, and even then, there's still like an impact force that'll like you can fucking bend your tendons. You know what it feels like when your tendons bend? They're not supposed to do that.
I guess the worst part about that scene too
I'm gonna go
was-
fight somebody. I'll be right back.
was that he
I
didn't
miss my old ways.
he didn't wear gauntlets. He's a Kingsguard, wear some gauntlets. And
Oh yeah, we should be wearing gauntlets.
wear gauntlets,
And then the damage is at least partially justified.
Yeah, and it would make sense why he's like continuously doing it because he doesn't really feel it as much. He's hitting steel against bone.
Or at least steel to steel.
Yeah, the senselessness of the violence is just stupid. And it takes away from it, like in Game of Thrones.
Well, yeah. So I was actually gonna say because like there's a difference between like senseless violence for thematic purposes because Game of Thrones is chock full of that, but there's always like a reason in the story for it to be there.
At least like the first 4 to 6 seasons.
Okay, so Game of Thrones is the first 4 to 6 seasons. I don't know what that other show that happened after all of that
Throne of Games
was called.
Throne of Games.
I think it was called shit. So we're not going to talk about shit. We're going to talk about Game of fucking Thrones, bitch. That is the full title,
we're
by the
talking
way.
about
George
peak,
R. R.
not
Martin
peak
had.
away.
Yeah, George R. R. Martin tried to publish it for years under that original title, but his publishers wouldn't let him for censorship reasons. But yeah, it's called Game of fucking Thrones, bitch. But they were able to balance, thematic senseless violence with purpose, like in the story for it to be happening, and then characters, of course, were smart, so you'd see people acting and fighting in ways that they would actually act. But here, it's I believe somebody said it's the TikTokers just throwing shit at the wall. Now they're throwing shit well, but it just doesn't stick
Yeah.
the way that it should.
With Game of Thrones, if we look at the first episode of Game of Thrones and compare it to the first episode of House of the Dragon in terms of violence, in Game of Thrones you have an execution. And you have
Game of
Red-
Thrones is a like the first episode of Game of Thrones is a fucking cinematic experience. Though.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real.
Yeah, it's awesome. But you have that scene where it's the execution, right? And that's violence. But it also sets the tone of the story.
Oh,
That, you
same
know-
with the same with the White Walkers show.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say like it doesn't start with the execution. It
Oh, yeah,
starts
that's
with the
right, that's
patrol beyond the wall, which also is harrowing and perfectly establishes that there is a threat and it's beyond like human imagination or human machination rather. Without telling you a whole lot about what it is or how it works.
Yeah.
Just that, hey, zombies, fuck you. And then you get into the squibbling human like stuff of like, oh, we gotta execute this guy because he broke one of the rules, and it's like, motherfucker, there's a big bad problem coming from the other side of the wall. Maybe listen to the guy. So it's the idea of tradition and dogma and all the red tape, so to speak, getting in the way of fixing the actual problem. But yeah, no, it's
But
really good. Game
not
of Thrones is really good.
senseless. It's not.
But it's not senseless. There's a reason behind it, but it's senseless in the grand scheme of things because it's the wrong decision.
Well,
Ultimately.
even in
Right.
like the moments where it's like truly senseless, like Jamie killing that other guy while he was imprisoned so that he could escape. Like there's still a goal to it, and there is the thematic through line of look at the depravity that people are willing to go through for their own personal ends, and then that's juxtaposed with like the more honorable characters, but even they are stuck in like the petty mud, and then there's just this undead nightmare just growing in the north.
Hey, that's a pretty good DLC expansion to Red Dead Redemption.
And
I wanna point that
where
out.
there is like pure senseless violence, it's with monsters like Gregor Clegane executing all the people in Harrenhal, basically. That's to highlight that
great
how
scene.
much of a monster he is. You know?
Or
Yeah,
or
this dude's
training
just
for the
doing-
tournament or for the
This dude-
fight, whatever.
This dude does Mortal Kombat fatalities as a hobby.
Yeah, no, I mean when he's in Harrenhal, when he's killing the prisoners.
No,
Yeah.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
just I'm adding on to
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah. But that is where you get to see that, like, oh, he is a monster. He is a bad fucking dude. He is not a good guy. So what am I supposed to see when I see that scene in House of the Dragon? That Viserys is just that stupid of a king, or that like evil of a king that he's allowing a gladiator show to happen to celebrate his son's birth? Is that what they're telling me?
Now, Commodus would have done that,
Yeah, yeah. So
and
you're telling me
Commodus was
Viserys is
shit.
like Commodus? They should not have done just the senselessness of that. People just wanted to be like, oh, I want to see Game of Thrones. I want to see like the brutalness. You can do that in a logical, smarter way,
Mhm.
rather than just having, like everyone in this tourney dying for no reason.
In an event that would likely cause a war if it were in actual
Exactly.
history.
Exactly. Like, imagine the crown princes of your kingdom and the next kingdom.
Yeah, because it's not like they're slave fighters that are like sent here specifically to put on a show.
Yeah.
This is royalty.
hmm Or nobility, rather.
Or
And
nobility.
there is some royalty in there as well. Like, Daemon's there.
Mm-hmm.
It honestly, it had the same kind of vibe as Fade Rotha's fight.
Except
You
Fade
know.
Rotha was fighting prisoners.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's how it felt.
Yeah,
you know,
and
by
he
them
was
just
he was a
killing-
skilled
Poisoned
warrior.
and drugged prisoners, and he was skilled and like
He was probably,
Yeah.
let's be honest, he was probably skilled enough to take on all three of them at their peak. And so it's like
maybe.
this fight is literally, even if it wasn't rigged to be in his favor, it was still in his favor. Like,
I mean, that
there was-
captain was giving him trouble in the movie, but that's not in the book. So.
No, in the books it is.
Is it? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
no.
no. The scene is, but I'm talking about the specific guy that he fights.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a different guy.
I don't know that was like trouble. I read that as Fade Rotha, playing with his food.
Oh, he was
basically.
having a blast, but like he does get like grappled at one point. It's like, yeah, no, he actually got put in a hold there, but he just knew how to get out of it.
Okay, okay. I'd have to rewatch that movie, which I would be more than happy to do because it's a great fucking movie.
I actually rewatched it yesterday, so that scene's fresh in my head.
Oh, awesome.
But yeah, it's just like the. I understand why, and that's ratings is so important that you lose what made the source popular in the first place,
hmm
right? I mean, the
Corporatism is the
settings,
death of art. I will always say it.
yeah, the settings and the emotional tone, all that stuff is lost when you want to make the audience care about this girl boss.
I will counter what you just said, Trisket.
hmm
Corporatism being the death of art. I will counter that with with 3 words. 90s toy commercials.
That is the exception, but damn, that's a good point. That was where the corporatism was the art.
The corporatism was the art, damn it.
But you know what I mean, like corporate
I
interest.
do. No, I do.
Corporate interest more often than not interferes with the art, but ironically, the art wouldn't be appreciated by as many people if the corporations didn't
the
interfere.
the conveyor belt creation that
Yeah.
we'll talk about. We'll label like the MCU and current Star Wars shit
Or just
as
most of anything Disney these days.
basically
we've been
anything.
we've been talking a lot of shit on Team Black, and I think that it's only fair that we
Yeah,
also
what
talk
gives?
about Team Green as well.
Yeah.
Like-
Wait, no, that's me too though. Damn it.
Well, I mean, we're not. I'm also very Team Green.
No, but I am green.
I thought you were black.
Look at me, motherfucker.
He's black and green.
I'm green.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
No, fuck yellow. I hope they all die. So, present company excluded.
No.
Thanks.
Who's yellow?
Jesus
Oh.
Christ.
I said excluded.
But so let's talk about the rightful king, Aegon II.
Eh.
I would love to share my thoughts like right now because I love him as a character. Nothing that he did in his younger years could ever be forgiven, but he did make a very genuine effort to try and be a good king. You know, he just unfortunately suffered from kind of the opposite problem of Viserys. And a big part of that is because Viserys neglected him and never truly loved him. And another big part of it is because neither did his mom. His mom treated him more like a chess piece than like a fucking son. And as a result, he sort of like lashed out, desperately begging
to
for
the monarchy.
Hmm?
Welcome to the monarchy.
Yeah. He sort of like lashed out, sort of desperately begging for validation and attention, and then he got that, and it sort of stirred something in him. Like, even though his dad never loved him, he loved his dad. And in seeing, oh, people love me, they love their king, that seems to have really changed, like, who he is and, like, how he behaves. But not in a way that's, like, character assassination, but in a way that actually is very remarkable character growth.
Mm-hmm.
I do wish there was a little bit more acknowledgement for his past, but we'll see if we get that in season 3. I doubt we will, but we'll see it. And hopefully we get more Aegon in the future because I really like the way he's been characterized and acted so far.
So the Aegon in the show and the Aegon in the book is similar, but also different in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
They're both young. In fact, they are 20. He's 22 when he becomes king. So that's a year younger than, a lot of, I think of the youngest one here. So yeah, but he's young. He's a young little baby dude, little baby miniature guy. And he has to deal with all this pressure because remember, he became king because his mom told him, and also
Mhm.
Otto as well, that if he did not become king, Rhaenyra would kill him. Which, in the books, is pretty, like, yeah, that's,
Yeah, it's entirely believable in the book, from what I gather.
yeah. In the show, uh, maybe not, but Daemon is also on Rhaenyra's side, and Daemon is very fond of doing stuff like this. So,
I don't know
yeah,
that he's a kid. Well, I mean, blood and cheese, but
he
he
very
seemed to
much.
regret that.
Yeah, well, he regretted it when he got caught.
No, I think Harrenhal really showed that he did genuinely regret that, though. Like, of course, he would never tell that to anyone because he's Damon. You know, he's an egotist, but still.
Yeah, but Aemond and Aegon aren't kids. And I mean, Daemon literally has an encounter with Aemond later on. That's as much as I'm gonna say.
I think I'm
And
aware of what you're talking about.
so he's quite fond of getting rid of getting rid of them.
Mm.
So that is absolutely a big thing. Aegon Aegon did acknowledge that his dad wanted Rhaenyra to be queen, but after being told logically that that meant the death of him and his family, and also everyone knew that Rhaenyra's children, her first three, were illegitimate. I mean, even in the books, he says the same. He says the same thing. Just look at him.
Hmm.
He straight up says, "Yeah, father, just look at him. Everyone knows." At which Viserys was like, because fuck Viserys. But,
I'm starting to think you don't like him.
yeah, just a little bit, With Aegon not wanting to rule and then, ruling, we do see in the book that he very much also tries to help the small folk. And in the show, we see that as well.
Mhm.
He wants to be a good king for everyone. And then he straight up offers because he knows he doesn't have a lot of power. So he says to Rhaenyra, he gives a message saying, you can have Dragonstone. Your sons can be heir to Dragonstone and Driftmark. We'll give you all of your lands, all the lands that you want, all the domains like Dragonstone and all that stuff. We'll give you your sons will be our royal cupbearers, which that's basically a hostage. So that's like that's the biggest thing. Uh, and Rhaenyra, of course, refuses that. You see that he doesn't want to go into this all-out war, right? With Rhaenyra, she has to claim her throne because it's been quote unquote usurped.
Which,
So
in
Rhaenyra
fairness,
is the
it
one.
was.
Yeah, but usurped in the same way that Jaehaerys usurped Maegor.
um,
So
yeah,
um,
again, not a book reader. I can't really testify to that.
but yeah, Aegon is for a lot of the realm, he is the chosen king, and it's only really Daemon's presence in the Riverland that causes so many lords of the Riverland to just switch because Daemon just flies into their homes and he's like, "Yeah, I have a dragon. Join me." And
Which
then they're just
everybody reasonable would respond, "Fucking sick."
yeah, which they did for the most part. They straight up did.
Yeah, except for the fucking the Brackens, right? Except for the Brackens, and he just. I didn't think they'd be so eager to die.
Yeah,
Kind
and
of gave
then
him pause.
proceeds to give the Blackwoods rights to go and do war crimes, and then kills the Blackwoods when he got bored.
No, that wasn't what happened in the show. What happened in the show was he said there are things the crown must not be seen doing, and then they fly his banners anyway. and then he is sort of strong-armed by the Tullys, right?
Yeah, the little
Yeah,
baby Tully.
he's strong-armed into Lord Tully to execute the architect of the depravity of the war crimes. Damon just said, "Hey, go wild." He didn't say, "Hey, rape and murder the children, burn entire churches to the ground, and do it in my name." He just said, "Hey, just do what you gotta, threaten them a little bit, but don't tell them I sent you." And the guy
He's
went
saying
fucking
this
hog
to a
wild. He
Blackwood.
went balls deep.
He's saying this to a Blackwood to, raid their lands. Raid the lands of their ancestral enemies.
Which, yes, I don't, I don't think Damon knew how bad it was gonna get. Like, the Riverlands were constantly catching Damon off guard. Because,
Well, I think also that, Damon himself doesn't care about things until he's called out on them.
sure, yeah, I could see that.
But this is more so a issue with character, as in, in terms of morality. Because Damon's acting, Damon's, screen presence is
Mhm.
very strong.
The
Very strong.
writing around him too.
Except for the Harrenhal stuff, which just
Ooh.
it kept going and going and going.
I
and going.
disagree. I think pretty much every minute at Harrenhal was important.
It was just it was a trailer for season 8.
No, the last little bit of it was that, which that I remember literally saying out loud, "Can you just be House of the Dragon, please? You don't need to be Game of Thrones." I don't know. What did you think?
Maybe you could be shot like Game of Thrones, but
Yeah.
Speaking of that, one of my biggest joys of House of the Dragon was its cinematography. It was really fucking good.
I think there's some pretty great shots in it, but like it's not as bad as Game of Thrones, but the faded color grading, and then there's this weird distortion effect that's in most of the shots. I think East could describe it better because he's the fucking film student. So would you like to take this one?
the focal reduction, which is not actually what it's called. I made that up just now. But yes, the show is ugly. I just gonna go ahead and say it that there is some beautiful cinematography. There are some really good shots. There's some good staging and framing and blocking and all of that. But for whatever fucking reason, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna tell you what it is because I finally think I figured it out. When you shoot in Ultra HD, 2K or 4K, and you have a lens with a really shallow depth of field, regardless of whether or not you're on a real set, if you tighten the focus up on your subject, it's going to create a disparity between the subject and the background so that it will look like your subject is on a green screen. It will look like they're just kind of floating in presenceless nothing, while the rest of the world is almost looks like a static thing in the background. It's like the new VistaVision, except VistaVision actually looked good. It and so much dialogue in this show, especially in season 2 as it goes, looks like this. I forget where the exact location is, but when they're talking on the docks, there's 2 characters talking on a dock, and the depth of field, the focal range is set so close to each character that it looks like the background looks like a fucking Assassin's Creed loading screen. It's really really jarring, and I know it's not going to have the same effect for everybody because not everybody cares about this type of shit, but it very consistently pulled me out of the experience.
I didn't notice.
I missed a lot of critical information because I was too busy yelling, "Just change your fucking focal range!"
Yeah.
Just get a wider lens, or shoot in not Ultra HD, because it's not that important. I don't think. I don't treasure it the way that a lot of people do. It's oh no, it's gotta be as crisp as absolutely possible. I primarily watch movies from the 50s back. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, I don't.
You
Like,
know
I'm gonna
what
be
I
honest.
think?
I think if more people were encouraged and/or forced to watch black and white movies from like the 30s and stuff, I don't think people would care. Like we've been having the same conversation with video games. Like we've been watching like this discussion around how graphics are so unimportant that
Yeah.
nobody cares anymore. We've been seeing that discussion happen with video games, but it's like, okay, well, we've already reached a point with film that I don't think there's any amount of increased detail that's going to matter at this point.
Polygon count doesn't matter. It's artistry that counts.
Yeah.
What happened to the
that-
artistry count?
I think that the reason why you really didn't like it is because you know better. And that's the reason why I don't like a lot of fight scenes, because I know better, you know? I think... Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
probably
it's
got something to do
like,
with it.
like...
There's some merit. There's some merit to that, I suppose. Because like
Because
there's
I didn't study... Like, I studied some cinematography, and I mean... I know quite a bit, but nowhere near as much as like talking about depth of field or with like focus zoom and stuff like that.
it's
I-
nowhere near as bad as the kind of shit that you'll see in more recent Zack Snyder movies. Like far from it.
Yeah, I was literally thinking of like Army of the Dead, and I was like,
Oh God, Army of the Dead, dude. Army of the Dead. I don't know if this is gonna if like the way that I'm about to phrase this will make sense to everyone like in the same way, but Army of the Dead looks like it was built out of order.
Yeah,
Like it
that's
like there's a subject and then they shot the background, but they didn't shoot them at the same time. But it's not a green screen.
like, imagine watching someone.
We shot this scene and then we put the lens on the camera.
imagine the way that movie looks is so fucking weird. Just imagine someone has like Lego Star Wars on the PS2 on their television, and they're recording it with like their fucking like old ass 1960s ass handheld camera.
Hey, don't sleep on Lego Star Wars for the PS2 though.
Oh yeah, no, that game's fucking great. I'm
The
just
game is
saying like
legit.
no, I know. I'm just saying, like, imagine that visually. That's Army of the Dead. Everything's blurry. Everything's out of focus. There's fucking dead pixels. How do you film a movie with dead pixels?
There is, I can think of a reason or two that you would do that, and not for the reasons that Zach left them in, though. If
Fuck
you're
is this man's problem?
if you're shooting like a psychological thriller and you're cutting to footage that's like a hazy memory, dead pixels could be a benefit. If you're like, oh, this is home movie footage or found footage, then yeah, dead pixels could be a thing because you know some real cameras have dead pixels in them all the
Yeah.
time. But when you're shooting a movie that is, you know, the camera is the omniscient narrator, dead pixels should not be a thing.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to create something that's as spectacle fueled as a Zack Snyder movie.
Because he bought fucking Chinese lenses off of eBay. The fucking cheapskate.
How do you have
It's
that
one
much-
thing. It's one thing when you use busted ancient technology from a country that hates you, out of necessity. That's all you can afford. But by God, you're gonna make your fucking movie. I respect that. I respect the hustle. Hustle your shit. But when you are Zack fucking Snyder and you have Netflix money, fuck you.
right? It's like
Fuck you. You can rent shit from a goddamn school. Okay? You literally can. Dude, people there was a director. I don't remember who it was exactly. I think it might have been James Cameron, but I'm not going to say that it was, so don't quote me directly. But there was a director who said the best thing about film school that they'll never teach you is that you can steal the equipment. As long as you put it back. if you're gonna make a movie, you go into a school, grab a bunch of shit, go shoot something, put it back.
That sounds like something Terminator era James Cameron would have said.
Yeah, because he was fucking homeless when he made that movie.
And now he's brainless.
And now he's brain. Yeah, well, you know, the higher the concept, the lower the brain power, as they say.
Oh yeah. I got called. Someone said that because I shat on Avatar. That granted, that wasn't targeted at me specifically. But,
Which the first or second one? Or just in general?
Either of the movies. They
Yeah.
said if you shit on these movies, you're not you have no sense of childhood wonder, no imagination, no happiness. And I'm just like, what? The
Oh my god!
It's like, what the fuck? Who hurt you, dude? Like, like I know all of you guys. Maybe not T-Pain. I don't think I've talked about like Bellators or Children of Gold with T-Pain, but like, you know, I know East and Hamoud here know, at least in some degree, what I've been working on, and that is clearly not fucking true.
I don't know about you. I don't have any
I think
imagination.
I'm 22.
Get the fuck out, you goddamn. So here's the thing. If you said that and you were anyone else, I would have been like, funny joke. But because I know you're a fucking Swiftie, I hate you for saying that. Because fuck you.
Oh no, is Swifty really?
T-Pain speaks!
Oh,
We got T-Pain
no.
back
Oh,
for the Swiftie.
All it
Speak
took-
her name
all
and
it
he
took
shall
was me
appear.
quoting a single
Hamoud.
lyric.
Hamoud, tell me this is a joke. Tell me this is a joke.
I
Tell
can
me
neither
this is a
confirm nor
joke.
deny these allegations. I cannot confirm nor deny these allegations.
This is Kangaroo Court pleading the fifth is a confession.
All right. Is there anything else that we would like to talk about with the show, or have we covered pretty much all of our major bases?
We only talked about Aemons.
We're only
Okay,
talking about season 1 in this discussion?
No, we're talking about both seasons. It's just like we are focused on season 1 because of
Because I do have something to say about season 2 that annoyed me to no end, but I don't know if maybe I'm incorrect about it annoying me, but I would like to point it out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway. Okay, Rhaenyra's son, who is the currently living one,
Mm-hmm.
two men with dragons roll up to his palace, and he bursts into the room to confront them without a guard detail.
What will those guards do exactly?
Well, there weren't any dragons in the room. And
Yeah, but
he is a
these
trained
guys-
fighter.
sure, but I don't know. I feel like you'd post guards at least like nearby, because they just rolled up with dragons. I mean that seems like kind of a
No,
a threatening
one of
posture.
them rolled up with dragons. The other two were given their dragons by Rhaenyra, more or less. Like, simplifying it, but still.
Did he know about that?
I think he did.
Did she inform him that was going to be happening and that they were going to come there?
In the books, he was the one that came up with the idea.
Okay, but this is not the book.
I know, but he does know because he.
Well-
I think that he talked to Rhaenyra about it first. That like, why would you do this? Like, why would you give these bastards, which is fucking ironic.
Well,
coming
I
from
think
strong
the
boy.
show knows that because like he wants to distance himself from being a bastard as much as possible, which gives us a segue into talking about Jace.
She is a whore.
He knows he's a bastard. He knows what he is, and I think that has like sort of pushed him to try and be more like the Lords of Westeros than many of his peers. Shitting on bastards as a concept. Calling them terrible people and like really putting in an effort to learn about politics and warfare and the old Valyrian language and all that. Like it is ironically
also, he's the crown
because
prince.
it is ironically because of the circumstances surrounding his birth that he's actually kind of been pushed into being what would probably make a great king.
There has yet to be a non-silver-haired Targaryen king. And
Targaryen
and-
king must always have a silver hair.
Yeah, and I think Martin,
I think
sort of does
Watership
it on
Down.
purpose every time that like he makes a character with not silver hair. There's a higher likelihood that they're not gonna be around for too long. But I do agree that Jace is as an actor, as a character, great job.
Mhm.
Well, as an I heard a lot of people complain about his acting, but I didn't really see I didn't see anything really wrong with it. Like I thought he did a good job.
Yeah, I
I
I didn't notice anything bad.
Yeah, I know. It's funny enough, it's the TikTok girlies that are calling his acting shitty, and it's like,
Right?
oh,
Same with Amond. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean his
They're
acting's
bad.
bad?
Yeah, I've seen the complaints, and there are very few actors in this show that I
Who are
would call
these?
bad.
Yeah,
yeah.
there's like one,
Who are these?
but we've already covered her.
Who,
Every once in a while, maybe
uh,
bad
these,
dialogue, but like they still sell it.
who are these? Who are these TikTok girls you keep talking about?
Oh, they hang out at his house or something. I don't know. What is a TikTok? Is that the
Hey,
Kesha song?
It's what you, it's what you tell time.
Is that a
No,
Fortnite thing?
it's the Joji song
Oh no.
with the
Mm.
gay Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, Fortnite. That's gay. That's Fortnite's just gay Team Fortress 2.
Anyway, sorry, you
with
were saying, Hamoud?
you are right that he is trying to be more of like he his legitimacy, the circumstances of his birth, and the fact that like he is the first son of a female leader. All these really put Jace on on the back foot basically, and so that's why he sort of reacts very hoity-toity.
Hmm.
I would say around the bastard, especially Ulf. I mean Ulf fucking sucks, but like
Yeah, fuck Ulf.
why he was like extra mean to Ulf. I mean, I wouldn't say mean because Ulf kind of deserved it by being fucking Ulf. But Jace overall is he's a good guy. He's a good character, which is very surprising in this kind of he is a good character, I would say, because he is Team Black, and even in the books, he's just too young to really do anything. He's just very like, I want to take the fight to them. I want to, I want to claim my inheritance. I want to go. So in the books, he really doesn't have much of a character because, I mean, the first Battle of the Gullet happens, and that's going to be a season 3 kind of thing. So Jace is just sort of a side character. Unfortunately, they gave so much time to Rhaenyra doing all of her bullshit that we didn't get to see enough of like Jace or Joffrey. We got to see a little too much of Rhaena,
Oh yeah,
and
I want a dragon gets a dragon.
yeah, and she's the one. I don't like how they gave her Sheep Stealer. This is season 2 content, so I'm just gonna talk about it briefly. I don't like how they gave her Sheep Stealer because Sheep Stealer was taken by Nettles, who got the dragon despite not having very clear Valyrian blood, because she tamed it in the style that the old Valyrians tamed dragons. They fed them sheep and they tamed them. So by getting rid of that, by rejecting that, it's just it's dumb. You really lose one of the key members of the Dragon Seeds, and one of the key reasons of Rhaenyra's downfall.
Hmm.
Yeah, mid.
We'll see how that plays out. Um, Also, isn't I don't know if this is true. I haven't read the book, but I've heard from other book readers. Isn't Nettles like the only character that's actually described as having dark skin in the book?
Yeah, she was a small dark girl or a small brown girl, as yeah,
All right.
as was described.
Um,
T-Pain, what do you think? Thank you very much.
We didn't talk about like Aemond or Jaehaerys, Maelor doesn't exist. Or Helena. So I think let's talk a little bit about Aemond.
sure. Okay.
And I like Aemond's character. What I don't like is how they very much made him to be like the not loyal brother,
I think
because
I think
that,
it makes perfect sense, honestly.
I mean, it would make sense because of like how bad Aegon treated him, but it's just another way to mark, you know, Team Black as, morally superior. How like Damon, because Aemond and Damon are like sort of two sides of the same coin. And with Damon being very loyal to his brother, you see that like that's one of his redeeming qualities. And then look at Aemond, doesn't really have redeeming qualities. He's just like, oh, he's just the edgy bad guy.
Well, other than actually being an effective leader. Because remember, when he took over, he was just immediately, all right, let's get to business, and he was immediately giving orders to people that could fulfill them.
Yeah, but then you look at some of those orders, and it was like I rewatched his scenes. He did like two scenes of him giving orders, and a lot of those orders didn't really play out. He asked for Otto, and then Otto's in a fucking prison somewhere. He asked for he wanted to take the fight to Damon, and then proceeded to not take the fight to Damon. It's
To be fair, it's not his fault Otto got captured somewhere, and it's also not his fault that the season had decided, nah, we're just not gonna have the next fight.
yeah, yeah.
Like, and
It's
and also like you do have to worry about like logistics. You have to get the soldiers to where they need to be. You can't just say, hey, we're gonna fight.
yeah. But with Eamon's character, I just like it sort of rubs me the wrong way that like they made him be very disloyal as compared to Damon, who's like very loyal. It's just another point against them that it's just like why? Because there's an obvious bias. We can very much see the very obvious Team Black bias. It's just feeding into that, and I just didn't like it. If they had been a little bit more subtle with it, then I guess I would be less annoyed. But Aemond is a very interesting character, but from the lack of screen time that he's had, it's just you don't know too much about him. He's just sad, and then he's angry, and then he's sad.
I don't know. I think I disagree pretty heavily. I think given what we see in season one with him being bullied and losing his eye and all that, and pretty rapidly becoming a much more stoic and a stoic individual who is very, and then like there's a time skip and we see him as a capable fighter. I think that immediately tells us everything that we could ever need to know. And then in season two they add the bit where he's sticking around with the whore, the first whore that he was ever with, and it looks like his mom. Like that tells us everything that we could ever need to know. He's full of bitterness and anger over how he was treated by his brothers, by his cousins, his nephews rather, uh, by his own mother, and he is sort of like channeling that into being a man of action, being someone who can take responsibility and handle power and exercise it with extreme efficiency and or prejudice depending on what the situation calls for and depending on how he's feeling. And I think that what we're going to find in season three is that, well, granted, if the writers' room decide to be consistent with what we've been shown so far, he's going to be effective, but he will eventually let his emotions take over. And he will slip up, and that's probably going to be part of his downfall.
You know what? Yeah, I sort of forgot about Damon's. I forgot about the Iron Fleet. I forgot about his season
So
one.
did D&D.
Yeah, I sort of forgot about his season one stuff, and yeah, no, thinking about it, you are absolutely right. Like I was being a little too harsh, mainly because I just my biggest issue, and this is more of a personal thing, is how much people are very aggressively Team Black on TikTok, for example, because I use that. I post a lot of stuff. I'm very pretty active on it,
Mm-hmm.
and so seeing just this like avalanche of Team Black shit, just it sort of like made me focus more on that rather than on, seeing characters for how they actually are, which is a big fucking mistake.
Yeah,
That's
it's
super stupid. You
understandable.
shouldn't do that. But yeah, no, thinking about like logically, what you're saying about Aemond is fucking correct. Yeah, that is straight up correct. Not really anything I can say about that. Yeah, it's very very solid character, and yeah, like character and actor are very solid. Those guys are awesome.
Mm-hmm. I think with that we can move on to Helena, and then after that we can move on to Otto and Allison, because if we do end up getting to the video, those two are probably going to be pretty important to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'll be able to stick around long enough if we're gonna do the video.
Okay. We'll see what happens. Or should we cut to the video now and then, like when it comes up, discuss?
Yeah, I think that's the better option. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Keep it that way.
So I'm gonna grab the link to the watch together. Where is the invite? Copy, and there you fucking go. There you dipshits go. Come join me in our little adventures with someone with very sharp features, shall we say.
Oh.
Remember, this video was your idea, East.
I'm aware. I'm aware. I just wanna hear the rest of where you're going there.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! No!
That was my first thought when I heard
Oh.
East say, "Hey, yeah, let's do your House of the Dragon episode as long as we get to respond to Ben Shapiro."
Oh no! Oh no!
That was my reaction.
T-Pain turned into Bad Ape.
Well, you see, you see that the Triarchy has a right to defend themselves. Actually, they've been attacked unprovoked by Daemon, and
He doesn't sound like
they
that. He
have
sounds
a
way...
right.
No, he sounds way worse than
Yeah,
that.
like
You're talking too slow. He would have said like 15 things by now.
let's just say hypothetically that the blacks represent black people, and they're really, really good in this show, and they're being shown as the morally superior faction, which means that the show thinks that black people are superior to green people, which is really racist.
Because as we all know, I am in fact a green person,
Yeah.
being a Jew.
And we can confidently say that the Greens have the right to defend themselves.
I myself am what you refer to as a teller goblin.
Oh God! Jesus Christ!
This video was brought to you by
Raycon.
Like the state of Israel.
This video is brought to you by the Zionist state.
So, fuck it. Let's get this video started. Let's just try and chug through it.
That's something
Recap
that
season 1 of Game of Thrones House of the Dragon. This video
Yes,
is
Game of Thrones House of the Dragon. It's a small thing.
video is sponsored by established titles because you have to establish your title. Okay, so let's
Of course. He's sponsored by that.
I don't know what established titles is, but it stands to reason that if you have a title, you want to establish
It's
it.
basically it was this Scottish company that was like, hey, did you know you could buy like a foot of Scottish
Do
land?
the voice. Do the voice.
Oh no! It was that was no!
Yeah.
No, that's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. It doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
It's a stupid no. It's a gag gift. You get that for somebody when you want to be funny. It's not. Don't sponsor your hostile Zionist takeover video with a fucking established titles thing, Ben. Come on, do something more interesting. This video is sponsored by Fiddles.
Fiddles?
I fiddle.
You can do them on the roof.
Oh, okay.
He's one of them fiddler people.
Oh,
Wow. Okay, I knew it. I knew you were gonna say something like that.
Jesus. I don't like that he's looking directly at me. This bothers me.
I don't like the fact that like based on this video alone, how many Jews own land in Scotland now? It's making me a little nervous.
Hey, you know what's a depressing fact? More Americans speak traditional Scottish than actual Scotland people.
I grew up in Glasgow, Kentucky, but you know
You know, off topic. But,
the whole thing. This whole thing has been off topic.
Yeah, we are
but
10
this is
seconds
even
in.
more so. Look at my name. Look at my name in the.
Your name is Hamoud. Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! You've done that before.
With all due respect, Hamud, fuck you. In fact, fuck off.
With no due respect. All right, we gotta get back to this. We're gonna get back to
Game
Ben.
of Thrones House of the Dragon.
Dragon.
It was indeed a dragon. I agree with
Enjoyable. First of all, let's get to the obvious. Yes, it's filled with pornography. It's Game of Thrones.
Whoa! No, it isn't.
you.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, it's Game of Thrones.
I'm pretty sure pornography has a different
It is
definition than what he's thinking.
Significant. It is significantly toned down. I don't remember a scene of like
I mean,
full frontal nudity.
Technically,
Like I could be wrong, but I
no,
don't
there's full
remember
frontal
a
nudity
scene
in
of full
season
frontal
1.
nudity.
It's just
Yeah,
not as
in
In
prominent.
season
Very-
one, okay.
Payment.
I remember the first
No,
season.
the
I remember the first
season-
season.
To clarify, this is a season 1 review. There is full frontal nudity in it. It's just not as, except for like one scene, I think it's not as front and center as it was in Game of Thrones. But T-Pain, you were saying?
See, here's the thing. We have to think to remember when it occurred.
Yeah.
I know when it occurred. I know exactly when it occurred.
Of
Alright,
course you do, because
to
you're
be
fucking conservative.
To be fair, there is something like softcore pornography. So
yeah, it is softcore.
Yeah. So maybe that's what it means.
I know that's what he means, but like I think there's a difference between something being pornographic and something being sexually explicit.
A lot of people get fucked by swords in this. Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah, because I think with pornography, like the sexual nature, like to sell you the sexual nature of it is like the intent. Like you're supposed to masturbate to it, but if something is just sexually explicit, it can have, near pornographic detail or even like, excessive detail, but as long as there is like a greater, like, thematic or narrative or structural or whatever sort of point to it, then I don't think that
there
counts
is
as
actually
pornography.
there is actually acts of penetration. Well, not obviously it's like covered by, you know, but that is straight up, you know, like it's front and center. You can definitely see it.
Hey,
Like,
when the U.S. when the U.S. military when the United States military fucked Bin Laden, that was an act of penetration.
I thought it was. I was there. I was the camera.
Yeah.
Also,
Did you just say I was the camera?
Yes, I was the camera. I was
Okay,
there.
well
I
next
noticed
time put a
guys.
better next time put a better fucking lens on.
It was a joint U.S. Nigerian expedition.
So guys. So apparently I'm on the IMDb page of House of the Dragon, right? So I mean, sex and nudity. I see fellatio, intercourse, masturbation, and other various graphic sexual encounters.
This is just my
All
plans for the
explicitly.
weekend.
yeah, that's all in like season 2. Like if we're talking like
So,
explicit detail.
I mean, in
well,
season one,
they
when
say
Damon takes her to the brothel, it's
they say they say they say here that a lengthy orgy features graphic full frontal nudity and incest.
Why did you start laughing?
I,
because
saw
the human
incest.
body is just funny.
The human body when being
no.
incestuous is hilarious.
Anyways, they do say here that there is full frontal male and female nudity.
I
So
think we've
I don't
dwelt
know.
on this for too long.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit play.
Let's
I mean, it's on
Let's
HBO.
continue.
HBO has a moral obligation, apparently, they believe, to show tits and ass, and so they just do that a lot. It actually is almost wholly relegated to like 2 episodes. There's a lot of bloody childbirth. I don't know why the writers were super into bloody childbirth, but there's like
The thing that happened in one episode, and
does not
also
know
like
It's also narratively important.
it's narrative relevant. Like, also this shot is awesome. This is what the show used to look like, and it
very-
was really good. Um,
very clearly, women don't give birth like that. I should know because, like,
I am
my,
one.
My wife,
My wife
has never actually given birth.
My wife does not give birth because I do not have sex with her because sex is filthy and disgusting. Let's just say, hypothetically, a woman's vagina gets wet. That is the sign of disease, and you should not stick your dick in it.
Like, dude, I swear, Ben Shapiro's he's just a closeted gay. Let's be real. He dresses too fucking well, his voice is too high-pitched, and he hates fucking his wife. He's gay.
He's a Jewish political commentator. Of course he is.
Oh, well, there's that.
He's an entertaining man.
That's rude, but
The Shapiro
none of
of
us like
Malta.
Shapiro for reasons I hope we don't have to elaborate on.
The Shapiro of Malta.
Jew.
Oh no, it's because he's got like terrible political opinions.
He's a goofy guy.
like 5 of them during the season. So that was
What do you mean 5 bloody
5?
childbirths?
5 bloody childbirths?
There's 5 childbirths. There's only one that's bloody and 2
I
that
think
end in
there's
a
only one
fatality.
that's like exceptionally bloody. Yeah.
2 of them because Rhaenyra's monster baby.
Oh yeah, 3.
That one's
That's
pretty
right.
bloody.
There's 3 that end in a fatality, but there's only one that's bloody.
And I mean, this is an actual C-section. Like,
Yeah, like
weird. The upside of the show is that it's all political manipulation. So that's
Which you would know all about.
yeah,
stuff that's fun
for
to watch.
real.
Watching all of these characters vie over power. That was always the best part of the original Game of Thrones. The touch of magic in the original Game of Thrones was, I thought, the weakest part of the show. Everything that was going on with the White Walkers in the North was the least interesting part of the show.
what?
Okay, so okay, how do I'm gonna
This
So-
makes me fantasize about what I want to do to the Arab states.
So-
I
Oh, cool, me too. But anyway, it's important to note that uninteresting and underdeveloped are kind of work in tandem with each other, because like the White Walkers, it's not that like I thought. Now this is going to be a subjective thing, but like I thought the White Walker subplot was interesting. I saw where the show was going. I saw what they were meant to represent. And I was excited to see where it would go.
Yeah.
And then the show shit the bed, like Amber Heard in a fucking mattress firm.
Yeah, that's like
And
that is the opinion. That is the opinion everyone has. Like,
yeah, so yeah, you could say the White Walkers are uninteresting retroactively because of how underdeveloped they eventually like are shown to be, because D&D just didn't know what the fuck to do with them. And decided, well, we could just have like an episode where there's an epic battle that makes no sense and they all die, and then we'll just go back to the shit that everybody likes for the next 3 or 4 episodes and then call it from there.
like how do you? I'm just wondering, how do you watch an ice zombie like kill a bunch of people, raise their bodies magically, and then just grab a guy by the hair and decapitate him? Just casually.
because-
But you prologue. The prologue.
Yeah, how do you watch that and go, this is boring?
Because magic is lame. Who cares
Ben
about
Shapiro
magic?
has no magic in his fucking life. Like,
There's no magic in that man. He ain't got the magic in he.
you're about to make another Jew joke, aren't you?
No, actually, I was gonna make a B.O.B. joke, but you know.
Oh. Well,
Every time I touch that track,
Show the dragons were there, but they weren't really a major topic except for Daenerys having one.
What?
Oh.
I not integral to
Okay,
the plot
so
or anything. They're just there.
I find it hilarious that like in this House of the Dragon review, he's incorrectly he spent most of his time, most of this minute now incorrectly criticizing Game of Thrones.
Well, leave it to Ben Shapiro to pull shit like that. Like,
Isn't like everything that happens in Westeros a direct response to learning about how Daenerys is gathering forces and has dragons now?
a
Like,
good portion of it is, yeah. Like,
So
not all
very
of
much
it,
of
but
it.
A lot of it.
well, because there's all of the infighting happening too, but like
And the stuff in the north.
There is a complicated little web of connection happening in this show, and Daenerys and her dragons is a very big part of it.
Yeah, like,
Um,
one of the reasons,
the show is ultimately building up to two things: her crossing the sea with dragons, and the Night King taking the wall.
yeah, like,
Those are the two big things that are coming. Those are both the slices of bread on this shit sandwich. And to immediately, like, in your review for the prequel to these major events, write off both of those aspects as just kind of boring and lame and I didn't care. Like, what the fuck, dude?
yeah. Also, isn't like one of the major reasons why there was like a falling out with Ned and Robert? Like,
Yeah,
which,
because he wants to kill her, and he's like, you can't kill a child.
no, we
You know
have
what's
to ki-
hilarious?
we have to kill her. She's raising an army of. Oh wait, no. Oh no, the dragons weren't really mentioned until. Yeah, that wasn't a thing till.
Well, because
season
they didn't
2.
know about the dragons. She
Yeah.
only had the eggs that were given as a gift, and
I
they're
think
basically
it's
like
Yeah,
a
that, that's
novelty.
true. That's true.
I think it's
I was
hilarious
jumbling
that
things.
I think it's hilarious that Ben Shapiro doesn't like Daenerys and her stuff when, you know, she represents a people who took a place and then were kicked out and then are trying to retake that same place.
The Targaryens are Jews.
God damn it! I hate them all now.
Wait, Hamoud, is that why you hate them?
No, I hate them because Rhaegar sucks.
Are you sure?
Melisandre was there, but she actually had very little impact on the show.
Wait, why do you mention her?
Because of the magic. He's talking about how bad and lame and boring the magic in Game of Thrones is.
Bro has not seen Beric Dondarrion.
I don't.
Well,
No,
we're talking
that
about
is-
Game of Thrones, not.
We're
like,
talking
A Song
about Game
Ice
of
and Fire.
Thrones.
Yeah, Beric Dondarrion, who was revived like 1,000 times.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was his
Yeah.
name.
Oh yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
he
it
was
just
pretty
went
cool guy.
nowhere.
He had a flaming sword too. It was awesome.
itself. The part that was always really interesting was the battle between the houses, because it was essentially the War of the Roses.
And that's why
That's
you
true.
are the problem, because like you are that's the audience that's being catered to in season 8, and the reason that like the White Walkers and all that have such a terrible payoff.
And that they're starting to cater to again in House of the Dragon.
Yeah. Anyway, hi Henry. Look, there he is.
Henry the Witch?
No, Henry the. Yeah, I guess.
No, like the Witch Henry. Like,
Would that be 5th?
No, this is War of the Roses. I think it's Henry III.
Okay.
Hunchback.
No, because Henry VIII was after the Roses. So I think
That's
this would be...
definitely not Henry VIII.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I said after. But like Henry V was 100 Years' War. Well, but 100 Years' War was also during the War of the Roses.
Yeah,
I would want to say 7th or 6th, but I don't know. Because I'm actually not an expert. I'm knowledgeable, but I'm not an expert. Let's see.
I'm only going off of what I know from Shakespeare's plays. That's basically the extent of my War of the Roses knowledge.
Henry VI.
Ah, I was close.
Yeah, who was the Hunchback? Was it Edward III?
That's Richard III.
Richard III? Ah, yeah.
Dick the Third?
Love Dick 3.
Dick 3. I love me some Dick 3.
Yeah, apparently Aegon,
You only need the
Aegon's new
3.
story. Aegon's new story is going to be like Richard III, which I'm very excited for.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of yours.
That goes hard.
So
That goes
here
hard.
in the show, they really dispense with a lot of the magic, and it's just internecine warfare in the house. Well, I'm really into that. I like political dramas in which it's essentially a closed box. A lot of people are complaining the show's claustrophobic. It doesn't have the same sort of scope as the original Game of Thrones. And all of that's true, but it doesn't bother me too much. The biggest problem that I have with the show is the wild character inconsistencies. So to me, a lot of this is rooted in the decision to essentially split the season in half and then recast the season. So they start the story to...
Did anybody have an issue with the time skip?
No.
And recasting characters. Yeah, I didn't
was
think
fine.
like it was
It was
actually
fine.
like the editing for that was actually really clever. I thought that they eased that in pretty gradually, and it made sense, and I knew who everybody was. So
I'm curious what he means by like the wild character inconsistencies, because I can't...
also like because here's the thing. The way that he framed up that statement is wild character inconsistencies and then essentially splitting the season in half and recasting everybody. It almost feels, I know it's not what he means, at least I hope it's not what he means, but what that feels like it means is, it's weird how a character looks different.
Yeah, it's like...
It's inconsistent! I hope that's not what he means, but it's just what it felt like when I heard it.
I'm getting flashbacks. Have I seen this before?
I don't know, maybe you have.
too early. Okay, the reality is that they really should start this story when everybody is an adult, because the gap between the characters and how they are...
No, there's important precedents. There's like so much important stuff that happens in those early episodes.
Yeah, I mean, Rhaenyra is named heir when she's like 12.
Yeah. Well, you just want to skip that? You want to skip all of the unsuccessful attempts at a male heir? You want to skip like what the hell,
And
dude?
all the successful ones.
Yeah, those two. But, you know, they're not as important.
Viserys moment.
Glad you caught on.
from the beginning of the season to the end of the season is pretty wild. Like, Rhaenyra at the beginning of the season is not who Rhaenyra is at the end of the season.
That's it, because they're two different people. Also, I believe that's what we call a fucking character arc?
No. Rhaenyra changed? No.
Holy shit.
Dude, I think he might
There's
actually...
a show that he shouldn't watch called Game of Thrones.
Hold on. Does he actually mean, like, literally, though? Like, casting-wise?
I
the
don't-
editing's implying
I-
it. Again,
I
I don't
think-
think that's what he's saying, but the editing
Let's-
implies it.
Let's let him get there then. Let's see what.
Alicent
By the way, she.
adult
I
because
wanna-
the gap between the characters and how they are from the beginning of the season to the end of the season is pretty wild. Like Rhaenyra at the beginning of the season is not who Rhaenyra is at the end of
She looks like Claudia Wolf from Silent Hill 3, and I'm here for it.
the season.
I-
Alicent
I'm
at the
the
beginning
only
of the
one who
season
gets
is not who Alicent is at the end of the season. Daemon at the beginning of the season is not who Daemon is at the end of the season.
Oh, okay. He's
That's
talking
just
about
that's just arcs. That's
Yeah,
just arcs.
he's talking
Like-
about characterization, and the thing is, like, the character, their traits are all still there. They've just been through things that have altered their perspectives and behaviors. That's
Yeah,
how people work, Ben. I know that's an alien concept to you, people,
Yes.
but still.
Peop-
Hey, you. Hey,
I know people is an alien concept to Ben Shapiro, but like
they yeah, like I don't know. Yes, they are somewhat different by the end. Yes.
but
I
all
don't
their
understand
traits are
how
still
that's
there.
Bro,
like they're
bro,
still yeah.
bro would read an autobiography of Hitler and be like, but this isn't the same character. By the beginning and the end of it.
But at the end, he's a
different character.
listen. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, at the very beginning of the story, he's a hopeful young man trying to get into art college, and he loves his dog. And at the end of the story, he's killing 6 billion people and loves his dog. Clearly, a different person.
But then
Uh-uh.
he kills his
He's a
dog,
different-
which is incongruent with someone who loves their dog. It's like, motherfucker, the Russians are coming! Like,
And if you're going to put these
I love that we're defending Hitler from Ben Shapiro.
don't ever fucking say that again!
chess pieces on the board and then move them around in conflict with one another and develop some sort of interest in the characters over the long term, they have to have a consistent character. And I suppose you can make the argument that because the show takes place over a long period of time and people change and all this, that, that's not inaccurate about human nature, but that is a
Yes.
problem in the show. And you watch the original Game of Thrones.
Wait, how's that a problem in the show? The original Game of Thrones is over the course of like 2 years. This is over the course of like 10!
Yeah, the original Game of Thrones is tighter in terms of timeline. I don't know what he's gonna try to say here.
Joffrey is Joffrey. There's no point at which
Because...
That is the perfect screenshot, though. Come on,
yeah, it
He uses
is.
that's
Joffrey as
that's
an
perfect.
This,
Remember when that fucker died?
this image has a lot of layers to it as to why it's a good
There's
choice
many. Yes, indeed.
for what he's talking about. Oh.
Joffrey was a generous young man who turned into the world's worst human being. He was just bad. Ned Stark was always virtue laden.
He dies in like 2
Ned Stark
weeks.
had a single season.
Yeah,
He had a single season.
Does he even survive like 2 weeks after he gets to King's Landing?
Ooh, Joffrey?
No,
Okay.
Ned.
Yeah, I don't-
Oh, Ned. In the book, I think it's a month, but yeah, it's not very long at all.
Yeah, like. Also, he's like already like 35 or something. Like you're not
he's much
as
older than
apt
that.
to change as you are when you're 12. When you're 35.
Yeah, in the book, Ned is 30, 35 or 36. He is
Okay.
a young guy.
Okay, because Sean Bean is definitely not 35.
Oh, An older
Well,
guy.
to be fair, he looks like someone that is 35 in the frigid wasteland known as the North,
Who's also just come home from a terrible, terrible war.
and who is in charge of a massive kingdom.
Yeah, never mind. He looks fine.
I would expect someone in his position to look like this.
I've seen 28-year-olds in AA meetings that look older than this. He's doing pretty good, honestly.
But thick. Right? Like their characters were who they were. Rob was always, brave, bold young prince who's naive about the world. Like you could
Which that changes.
Yeah,
though.
and
just
then
doesn't live long
that
enough for
changes
that to
because
come.
he goes through a war. Like he
Yeah.
has to change, like elements of his nature have to change based on him becoming a not only like an heir to the throne, but also a general that serves on the field
Yeah,
alongside men.
and the reason we don't see him become like a completely different character is because he fucking dies after maybe a year of fighting.
I love
spoilers.
how he's not talking about Sansa or Arya. I love how
Oh, he's
just
probably about
completely
to.
ignoring them.
And he's still not even talked about fucking House of the Dragon.
Yeah, okay, like you only needed to use one example to make your point. But like you've gone with three.
Name who they
Curious.
were in sort of one sentence. The big problem with House of the Dragon is that except for
He
Viserys,
doesn't.
who's
He doesn't
consistent and played by
name.
Patty
You pause it if you're gonna talk.
Sorry, he doesn't name Sansa or Arya. Are you fucking kidding?
Well, yeah, because
That would
Well, no,
defeat
because
his
they-
point.
they
Yeah.
change a lot and therefore would defeat his point.
Exactly, Bara. This dude.
They live long enough to go through changes.
Yeah. Or
you know,
Tyrion.
brave, bold
But again, yeah, no, okay. We only needed one example, Trisket. I just said that.
young prince who's naive about the world. Like, you could name who they were in sort of one sentence. The big problem with House of the Dragon is that except for Viserys, who's pretty consistent and played by Patty Considine, who actually gives the best performance in the show, everybody else
Yeah.
is all over the place. So let's start with Daemon Targaryen. And so Matt Smith is magnetic on screen. He's terrific in the show. Also, Daemon Targaryen's character makes no sense. So he starts off,
Let's see what he says.
he's happy
Okay.
that Viserys has a boy who dies and that his wife dies because it presumably makes him heir to the throne. So he wants the
His wife was hot, by the way.
Oh, Viserys' wife, not his like Daemon's wife. Okay, that
No.
because like putting Daemon's wife on screen while just vaguely saying his wife is a little, you know.
the power. It's the thing that he wants the most of all. He wants the power. He goes and he fights a war specifically in order to gain the power. And then when he comes back, he doesn't challenge his brother in any way. He sort of bends the knee to his brother. So he has this love.
Well, yeah, because
Why would he challenge his brother?
yeah, like he doesn't want to overthrow his brother to become king. He loves his brother. He wants his brother to live a long, full life and then take.
Ben, do you not understand family values?
It's weird that a man that espouses that shit so much would not understand that.
Not understand loyalty to your brother?
Yeah, like you can
Who is the king?
have like a desire that is overrun by another desire. Like
He
Yeah.
wants to be king, but he wants to be king in a fair way. He wants his brother to be like, okay, I'm gonna name you my heir. That's what he
What's-
wants. That's his
What's
dream.
wrong with having a sense of duty?
yeah,
it's like-
you'd think someone as Republican as Ben Shapiro would understand that just implicitly, but I guess not.
I don't think he's Republican. I think he's Israeli.
Same thing, really.
No, he's an American.
What?
Yeah. Wait, does that actually shock you?
No, I mean like.
No, he was clearly he was being facetious.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I went over my head. I too.
I
am-
can tell.
I mean, you are kind of short.
I'm something of a
Fuck you.
fucking idiot
Fuck
myself.
That shit went over my head like a intercontinental ballistic missile.
That shit went over my head like basically everything does.
I am very short. I'm 3 foot nothing.
Nothing goes over my head. My reflexes are too fast. I
will
would catch it.
Okay, let's focus.
Love-hate relationship with his brother, but he wants to be king, but he doesn't want to be king, but he wants to have the power, but he doesn't want to have the power.
Oh my god, how dare a character be conflicted?
Well, no, but the thing is,
Total
like,
acting? Oh my god.
but the thing is,
No.
like, he consistently wants the power. He wants to be in that position. He just recognizes that killing everyone to get it isn't worth it. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, who does he think Daemon Targaryen's supposed to be? Aaron fucking Yeager? Like, I mean, even Aaron Yeager has like moments of hesitation because like his
Aaron
desires
didn't
end up
want
conflicting
power
with
though.
one
He just
another.
wanted revenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he just
I want revenge.
Light Yagami would probably be a better comparison.
Well, yeah, but even
Oh,
well,
fucking hell.
actually, I haven't seen enough of Death Note to really like speak definitively on him. But doesn't even he like have moments where his interests end up conflicting?
Kind of.
No,
Not really.
no, no,
Hmm, okay,
no, he doesn't. He doesn't. No.
a man of singular vision.
Some people would say no.
Him sort of bending the knee to his
Like,
niece
the-
is particularly weird because he's way older than she is, and he thinks of himself as a warfighter. Whereas Rhaenyra demonstrates very few qualities up until she becomes queen that actually make her worthy of being queen, other than she's the daughter of her father. In
Oh,
fact,
she's the daughter of her father. She's the
Well,
heir.
yeah, and Daemon has far more respect for Viserys than anyone else. Like he would respect his brother's wishes as long as he gets like a slice of the pie, so to speak.
Yeah,
You know?
there's not. She doesn't have a whole lot of qualities that would attract somebody who wants the throne to her, other than that she's the heir. Is a weird statement. Just gonna throw that out there.
Bro does not know what a monarchy is.
she's wildly unlikable. Young Rhaenyra is a hormonal teenager who refuses to abide by the duties of her job. Viserys keeps saying, like, there's what you want to do and there's what you need to do, and these are not the same thing. And she's like, well, I want to do what I want to do. And this means I'm going to go with my uncle to a brothel and get felt up by him. And it means that I'm going to have sex with my Knight's Guard dude. This is not the behavior that
These are mistakes that women make.
Yeah.
Just
It's-
because your wife doesn't fuck you doesn't mean that other people.
like
Doesn't mean she's
I
not
mean,
fucking other people.
He is right. These are my complaints with Rhaenyra too.
yeah, but that's
Uh,
not a problem with like the writing of the show. You know, that's just like
yeah, that's
a problem with
the character.
yeah, that's
she's
a
just
problem with
she's a
endearment.
shit kid.
Yeah, like, that's the point.
Congratulations! You discovered how children act.
Yeah,
They act out.
especially
they do-
particularly spoiled ones.
Yeah, particularly spoiled children's do it. Children's particularly spoiled children do in fact go to bars and get felt up by their uncles. It's not that hard to figure out.
I don't think
Yeah,
that's
he's
the
just
part
else that
that's
never happened to him.
You know. Oh shit. Moving on.
you would want from your queen. Like, if you're going to name all the characteristics you want in a ruler, she embodied virtually none of them. And then by the end of the show, just stick with Rhaenyra for a second. By the end of the show, suddenly Rhaenyra is really good at queening, right? Rhaenyra is given the crown.
I wouldn't say that she's good. She's just stepping up.
She's Lady Macbething a little
She's
bit.
stepping up like Laenor did.
Leno.
That's harsh.
More like Lamor, am I right?
Don't you mean
For real.
Gaynor?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laenor.
Yeah, it's accurate.
Gaynor.
And
Laenor,
that she has
more
dramatically
like
Right.
I don't know.
undermined her
call
own
him-
credibility. She's amazing at it, right? So
They call him the Burning Knight. Take a wild guess
Oh,
why.
oh no, Laenor, more like burning Loinor.
Oh!
second. By the end of the show, suddenly Rhaenyra is really good at
nailed it.
queening, right? Rhaenyra is given the crown, and despite the fact that she has dramatically undermined her own credibility, she's amazing at it, right? So she marries her husband, Valerian.
Is she amazing at it?
No.
Do we
No,
agree on that? Because I wouldn't
I
agree with
think-
that.
I think that his complaints are also from the same source as my complaints. He saw a whole bunch of like Twitter girlies being fucking Twitter girlies.
No,
Those TikTokers.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
know. Well,
So
I don't know
think-
because like I think he's just trying to talk about the show. Granted, I don't know where he's getting all this stuff from, but like the show, at least in season 1, doesn't like be like, "Hey, look, she's such a great queen." It's like, we're getting rocky, but she has what it takes to be queen. She just, needs a push in the right direction.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying that he has definitely been influenced by a lot of people online that are just spewing out these like, "Oh my God, she's such a slay queen."
Maybe.
So that's why he's reacting in this way. That he because it's the same way that I don't like Rhaenyra because I don't like her fans. You know, I mean, of course, I have my issues with Rhaenyra herself, of course, but I also really don't like her because of her fans.
Yeah, I could see that, but I don't know. I just like if that is like what he means, then he should probably mention that instead of just like vaguely and directly talking about the show only, you know? Because like you've made it clear that part of the reason you dislike her is because of like outside factors. But like he's just talking about the show. He's not bringing in these outside factors. So if that is what he's trying to say, then why doesn't he say that, you know?
Because he's fucking Ben Shapiro. He needs to sound smarter. And if he's complaining on Twitter, that's not very smart of him. So that's why he has to say that these issues are in the book, or not in the book, but in the movie. And so that's why he's doing this.
Who is gay, and then she has a bunch of kids, not just like one kid with a white dude named Strong. She has like 3 kids with that dude. This is one of the problems, by the way, with casting the Valerians as black, is it destroys all semblance of plausible deniability for an era, right? There's
which is the point.
That's the point. Like they are, like, yeah.
Oh my god.
But if you say anything, Damon will cut your head off.
And the king
And
will have your tongue.
Viserys will cut out your tongue.
Yeah, like
Fucking Viserys.
I have your tongue for that.
he makes
Keep his tongue.
That was beautiful.
no way she can claim, well, you know, this, it really is legit. Like, everyone can see the kid's not legit. Everybody can see that the kid is a...
Did you like miss like the 3 episodes where they point that out?
It's, motherfucker, it is more than 3.
Yeah, I know, but that's like 3 hours of that shit being pointed out is a little like hard to miss.
Strong. Like, what, you think everyone around you is unbelievably stupid? Like, the arrogance that it would take.
I do. But only because I know that the world is populated with fucks like you.
To sire a child of the color that is not your husband's and then claim them as legitimate heir is really astonishing, right? And puts Viserys in a really bad position. So Rhaenyra...
Now, I've met interracial couples where the kids will not have melanin.
Yeah, I encountered
It can
one
happen.
I think
It can
he's
happen.
focusing on that rather than on the hair.
Can?
You know,
Wait.
I mean, very obviously
can.
didn't. He very obviously didn't read the books. He very obviously doesn't know fucking anything about the books. Because if he did, then he would know that the hair is the biggest giveaway. The hair and the face features. Not the skin color, but he's harping on that because he's a fucking dumbass.
Yeah. Because, like, skin color is the most obvious and shallow thing, and let's be honest, Ben is kind of that shallow.
You say Ben is kind of fat, because I would say that that's like the one thing
Oh,
he's
no,
not.
that, you know.
Oh, that. Okay.
Dude,
I don't know why I heard you
might
say Ben
actually-
is not, fat, and I went, well, yeah, obviously. Like,
I might actually pay money to see Fat Shapiro.
You.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, his sister, oof. Like, there was a certain part of her that was fat, and I'd pay money to see that.
I mean, she's on OnlyFans, so
No, she's not. Wait, is she?
yeah, she is.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she is, but she isn't. No, she is, but she isn't doing the stuff that they don't.
Oh, okay.
But she is. She's on OnlyFans.
For those that don't know, Abigail Shapiro had fucking massive knockers. She actually had breast reduction surgery because of it.
yeah, which, why would you mutilate your body like that? That's the Lord's.
Rhaenyra is constantly making bad
You know-
decisions after-
If you were to point that out to her, do you think she would say, my body, my choice?
Yes, I
I
guess.
think she'll call them Assad on you.
I think she might point out that like there are health benefits to a breast reduction surgery when your tits are that big, but like, I don't know. I don't know her well enough. I literally just know that she's cute and has a pretty big chest. That's it.
her bad decision up until the point she becomes queen. And then she becomes queen, and suddenly she's amazing at this. Suddenly she's actually thinking seriously about how do I hold the realm together. She takes her duty incredibly.
She was thinking about that before she became queen. Like,
I don't know if I can see Abby Shapiro as cute because her face is just a slightly more angular pen.
I try to ignore that.
Yeah, I do not, and
It's it's kind of like how people say Billie Eilish. Her face is basically she's the female version of Cillian Murphy.
how dare you?
I'm not seeing it.
What?
I-
Are you
actually-
serious?
I
look at-
I
Look
can
at
kind
the
of see
both
it.
of them.
I can kind of see it.
Incredibly seriously. There have been very few indicators that this is who Rhaenyra is the entire show. So
Except for when she was told to hold the realm together by her dad, when she was trying to hold her position in court, you know, like, there's not much, but it is there.
Has bro seen this movie aside from TikTok clips?
Right?
This movie is House of
Sorry,
the Dragon.
sorry. Aside from TikTok clips? Because I swear, this dude got all of his research from fucking TikTok.
Right?
I want to know what Shapiro's review of The New Religion would be. He'd be all like, okay, so right off the bat, there's no words in the entire movie for 4 hours and 45 minutes. How am I supposed to know what the hell is going on?
Yeah, he would. He would.
that gap in time is really a problem. If you saw the transition over a small gap in time where maybe her father's death changes her, right? Maybe they start the season when she's an adult.
Which... Her father's death does kind of change her. It forces her to accept a responsibility that she might not have been ready for. And then it's accompanied by the way, your house is being overthrown by your relatives, and it's like, oh, fuck, what do I do? And then she, like, actually has to, like, step up and take responsibility for, like, the first, like real responsibility for the first time in her fucking life. And she's reached an age after having had children and reconciled her issues with Alicent that accepting that responsibility is actually something that she's gonna try to do and, like, take seriously, because her mistakes have already bitten her in the ass. Like, how is this hard to understand?
No, her mistakes have not yet bitten her in the ass. That's why she's, like, so cocky. It's when they start to bite her in the ass, that's when she's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Well, yeah, well, in the show,
Maybe.
like, she loses most, if not all, of her allies in court because of, you know, her bastard children. Like, that is, in a sense at least, her decisions biting her in the ass.
I don't remember if she loses her friends. Because-
Alicent's influence in the court was increasing
It was, yeah.
alongside
but, I mean,
Otto's, and that's why she left for Dragonstone. She says, I have no allies here.
well, I mean, that's also because of her sons making fun of the strong boys. So
Yeah.
it's like also another personal thing.
Well, true, but, like, her sons wouldn't have been made fun of if she hadn't fucked around, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, it's not as consequential as you can argue it should be, but it is her facing the consequences of her actions, which could in turn, at least partially, affect her mind view about how to face responsibility.
And she is irresponsible, right? She married her uncle. By the way, they make some moves in the show.
That's not irresponsible considering Targaryen culture or medieval politics. That's actually very responsible.
Why is Bro reviewing this?
Because you gotta get in the algorithm, baby!
Like, it's so uninformed. It's like hearing him talk at a college.
Deliberately in order to
Or talk while being in college.
make Rhaenyra not totally unlikable. They're not in the book. So, for example, her husband gets dispatched with alacrity, my understanding is, in the book. In this one,
Okay.
they sort of
Okay.
exile
No.
him with his gay lover.
You have control. You have a pause button.
No, because I paused it, but then someone else unpaused it.
Yeah,
so I
that
kept
was on
trying
me.
to-
That's my bad.
Did he just say the words in the books?
Well, I think he said from my understanding. Let's take it back just to see.
In order to make Rhaenyra not totally unlikable, they're not in the book. So, for example, her husband gets dispatched with alacrity, my understanding is, in the book.
From my
Yeah,
understanding is in
understanding.
the book. So he spoke like as if he knew what was saying. He knew what he was saying, and then clarified that he didn't. So he doesn't know if this is actually in the book.
But
Maybe
he's still
just-
going to use it as a point.
Yeah.
as it
Maybe just
continues.
read the fucking books? Oh my god, dude, it's so uninformed. No wonder he's Israeli. Fucking hell.
Yes, he chose to become Israeli because he'd rather do that than be informed.
No, but I mean, like, it sort of helps his point of being
Yeah.
uninformed.
What the fuck?
Book. In this one,
Jesus
they sort of
Christ,
exile him
dude.
with his gay lover, which 100% would not happen in an ancient kingdom. I'm sorry, not a real thing. And
Why
Wait,
not?
What? Hold on.
Why not?
dispatched with alacrity, my understanding is, in the book. In this one, they sort of exile him with his gay lover, which 100% would not happen in an
But he's
100%.
exiled under the false pretense that he's been murdered.
And his body was burnt.
Yeah, and by the way, there are cultures that were at least maybe not like I think the current United States and like Britain, like the modern West is probably the most accepting of homosexuality the world has ever been, but there were like all kinds of cultures throughout history that have been at least somewhat accepting of it.
And I know in the Game of Thrones universe, absolutely. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
in Dorne is completely fine.
So like first of all, it's a fantasy. We can finagle some things, but even if we couldn't, there are still there are still like cultures that would at least be partially accepting of that. And then the third point, I'm just gonna restate. If they think he's dead, like,
Yeah.
did you not watch the show?
In the books, if he's trying to play by the books, then in the books it's rumored that Daemon had him killed, but also his body was burnt, so you can like, who knows? He could have straight up just left.
Yeah,
Because Carl leaves. Like, he just gets on a boat and leaves. Who knows who he went with? Like, it could still work, but I don't know why he dared to say in the books. I'm gonna look at the comments of this fucking video to
Weesh.
see if
it's
anyone is
it's
calling
gonna
this
be a
about
bunch
that.
of simps. Watch.
ancient kingdom. I'm sorry, not a real thing. And also, why would Daemon go along with that? Daemon's one of the most brutal characters in the show, and he's like, no, we must allow this gay couple to escape to another
I don't know why he would allow it. Maybe it's because they're also of Valyrian descent, and he takes great pride in that. So he's like, whatever, I'll let you two just go off. Like, he has no reason to want to kill other Valyrians yet.
I have never understood why Ben failed in his career as a scriptwriter more than I do in this moment.
What the fuck? I've never understood why.
Bro.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Hold on, I misheard that.
The comments are hilarious, dude. They're roasting the shit out of it.
Okay, hold on. I gotta read some of. I gotta read some of these. Hold on.
Okay, fucking, I need to as
Alrighty,
well.
folks, we're
All right.
Most of his complaints come down to misunderstandings. Yes.
This character is not the same way they were at the very beginning. This is inconsistent writing. No, this is character development.
I could hear that in Patrick's voice. No, this
No,
is character development.
This is character development.
Patrick, that was Ben Shapiro.
Magic.
Oh my god. Bro, someone called him out. They were like, hey, Ben, you're not the same person you were 20 years ago. Why the fuck are you complaining?
Awesome.
Oh my god, this makes me so happy.
Ben must have seen a
Oh.
completely different show. Rhaenyra is headstrong and impulsive because she's literally a child when she does all that stuff. Children are impulsive. You say she has no qualities that would be good in a queen. Literally, the first major action she takes is diffusing tension and possible bloodshed between Daemon and Otto on the bridge at Dragonstone. Second, she shows Laenor Velaryon understanding by allowing him to live out his private life in peace, and ultimately sparing his life by exiling him in secret. How is level-headedness and compassion negative traits in a ruler? Alicent does not have the good qualities you want in a ruler. She is utterly controlled and steered by her nefarious father, along with caring only about appearances, which Rhaenyra makes clear when Alicent grabs a knife to mutilate a child. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, these comments are gold, but a good portion of them are just going to be reiterating what we're going to say.
As a fan of the source material, I reluctantly agreed with you on almost every point. By Darlo Johnson! Of course, I'm not going to say anymore.
I was going to say...
All of Alicent's kids are horrible. What the fuck is wrong with Helena?
Yeah, what does she do? Aside from being, like, severely autistic. Like... Oh, there it is. Back to this garbage.
Like, very, very weird move. Well, folks, we'll get to more on Game of Thrones House of the Dragon in just one moment. Everyone in that show is having a lot of problems.
Skip this
getting
part!
the respect and title they deserve, but you have no such problems because you
Skip
get the
it!
title you deserve.
You have
Established
power.
titles. It's your upper due as plot number
Get
one.
outta
to
here.
the ad partnerships with Global using my exclusive
Don't take any more of my
and a very
country,
good performance.
stupid,
And then
pathetic
Olivia Cook,
fucking
who also has a
cock.
good performance, is running a massive sale right now.
Wait.
If you use code BEN,
It's
get an
almost
additional 10% off. Go to establishedtitles.com/Ben to get your gifts now.
Also, why would you use Irish music for Scotland? Scotland.
I caught that. I didn't want to say anything because I would have started yelling.
Hero moment.
It's fucking point.
He's racist towards whites.
It's fucking
Help
Which
us
is
with the
ironic
channel
considering
and
he
establish
is.
your title today.
fucking pointy-eared hobgoblins stealing pieces of my heritage.
What the fuck?
Based?
What the fuck?
The transition in Rhaenyra makes no sense. This is paralleled by the transition in Alicent. So Alicent, played as a young woman by Emily Carey in a very good performance, and then Olivia Cook, who also gives a good performance. But they're two separate characters. Okay, so Emily Carey.
Yes, because Alicent, I guess now would be a pretty decent time to talk about Alicent. She initially doesn't have much steering her, aside from, like, other people's machinations. And as a result, she ends up treating her own children as political machinations. And it's not until Viserys ends up dying that she actually starts, like, exercising her own autonomy. But by then it's too late. And that ends up causing a lot of problems for herself, for her family, and all that. And she kind of comes to regret it with one of the worst scenes in the series with the whole, hey, you want to team up and kill my babies? But aside from that one scene, her role in the show is pretty fucking good. She's a damn good character.
She's not the evil stepmother from the books. But by making her Rhaenyra's friend, and by doing all this, like, oh, but they actually like each other, and who knows if it's deeper, it's like,
Yeah, it's quite literally cringe and gay.
When she is young, is virtue-driven, duty-bound, right? She's supposed to contrast with Rhaenyra, who's headstrong and emotion-bound, and Emily is doing exactly what her dad says, which makes her, by the way, a better regent in many ways than Rhaenyra would be. Rhaenyra would be unpredictable. She would do...
Being
He referred to
manipulatable.
her. He referred to her by the actress's name, but then referred to Rhaenyra by her character name.
Like, God. So, yeah, he really did just miss that, because, like, it's up until Viserys is, like, sick. Like, that's when Alicent starts showing off her her or no, that's not when Viserys is sick. That's when we see it in the show. It's when it starts happening is when her son gets his eye gouged out. She's like, "No, fuck this shit. I'm gonna start taking action. Fuck all of you." And that's when she actually starts like exercising her own autonomy, like as an actor, as a player in the Game of Thrones. And like up until then, she's like Otto's puppet. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
So like that's
absolutely
not that's not good qualities for a leader. And when
Yeah,
she
but-
is acting, a good portion of it is impulsiveness. Like, hey, I'm gonna stab this child's eye out publicly. Like that wasn't motivated entirely on the emotional basis of my son has been injured. Like just or not, like we can argue that all fucking day. She did not do it out of a sense of justice. She did it out of impulsiveness. Which I guess aren't mutually exclusive, but you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, with Alicent, she by playing the Game of Thrones for Alicent I don't understand because she wants her cake, but she wants to eat it too. It's the same thing as like with the writers, right? With Alicent, she wants to be like the one in charge. She wants to, she essentially wants to rule, and she wants her sons to be her puppets. But she also doesn't want to, like go after Rhaenyra. She wants to have like a peaceful solution with. It's like she wants to play the Game of Thrones, but she doesn't. I doesn't really make sense to me. Like how she can be so brutal to her own sons while being so kind and so like on board with Rhaenyra. It's silly. Like why would she like Rhaenyra more than her own sons? I mean, like look at Cersei, for example. Imagine if Cersei went over to Ned and was like, "You're right. I hate Joffrey, but I want to join with you." That's stupid. And I understand that they were friends before, but when you're going to the point that like it's like, life or death, it's us or them, she doesn't play it that way. She
I
she
think
had a great scene when she gave milk of the poppy to the girl that Aegon abused. That was a great scene.
I think that was Moon
Because-
Tea, not Milk of the Poppy.
Oh yeah, that's right. But that's what she should have been. Like she should have been this like once kind lady that now is just like the horrors of rulership took a toll on her, and instead she's like Rhaenyra's bedmate.
I think in season 2 you have a point. Especially that ending of season 2, Jesus. But like in season 1, I don't think that there's any incongruity. I think that she genuinely still believes that peace is an option. She's not inclined towards bloodshed, and never really has been, except for the moment her son's eye got gouged out.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I can see her, like, wanting, like, peaceful terms with Rhaenyra, but, like, after a certain point, no. She should not be discussing peace with Rhaenyra. Like, that conversation at the end of Season 2 is just... it's fucking garbage, and it gets worse the more you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we're just
Yeah,
talking
you're
Season
right,
1,
we're
there's
talking
no
about Season
real
1.
inconsistencies, I don't
She's
think.
solid in
Yeah.
season 1. Because she doesn't really do anything besides be nice to Rhaenyra, and Rhaenyra storming off.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Volatile things.
Yes.
Alicent is going to do what she thinks is best for the realm. And so she goes to Viserys, and she's the one who has to take on all the duties. I mean, she's like a kid. She's 16, 17 years old, and she's forced into an arranged marriage with this 45-year-old king who's kind of gross.
She was like forced into like winning him over and all that, but I don't know that their relationship was all that you know, arranged, like in like the traditional sense. I mean, and then again, there was that scene that showed that she just did not fucking care for him at all when they were in bed. So, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I don't
In the
really
books-
have an opinion.
In the book, she genuinely does care for Viserys.
Mm.
And it's like it's kind of like a, and she's 18 in the book. She's like older in the books for some reason. She's yeah, so she's quite a bit older. I would describe her as Marjorie Tyrell. You know how Marjorie is, like this sweet, kind girl, but in reality she's also wants like power and she wants to be queen.
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly how Alicent is.
Mm.
So seeing this Alicent is like a lot different because Marjorie did like, at least when it came to Tommen, she did like Tommen. Of course she was like manipulating him, but she did like him. With this, it's very much showing that like, oh, she hated Viserys, and she want nothing to do with him.
At least at first.
This also kind of sucks that like Viserys does genuinely care for her. Like she's the only one that he allows, like
Which
massage him and.
Which makes him getting older even more heartbreaking because at several occasions he calls her Emma, his dead wife. Oh, this show has really like fucking great moments. Like we've shat on it a lot, but like genuinely there's some fantastic moments in the show. If you guys in the audience haven't seen it, fucking watch it.
And then
Yeah,
she's
it's
having
fine.
babies by him, presumably to solidify the line of the kingdom. And meanwhile, Viserys is still sticking with Rhaenyra for no reason that you can really imagine. Like his failure to just.
Well, it is the only surviving daughter of the only woman that he like truly deeply loved. Like he cared for Alicent, but he didn't love her in the same way that he loved Emma. So like he has a very like unhealthy bias towards Rhaenyra. Like that's not no reason. That's just not a good enough reason.
The only real reason why Viserys was so pro Rhaenyra was because of Emma.
Mm-hmm.
Decrown Rhaenyra and put it on Aegon in the first place is very weird. It's very strange. If Viserys' thing is I want to maintain the kingdom, the thing he ought to do is that, right? But he doesn't do that. Instead, he sticks with Rhaenyra, which again, weird decision by Viserys. But to get back to Alicent, she is innocent. She is forced into this position by her dad. By the time we get to the second half of the show, she has turned into one of the worst characters in the show. Now she is scheming and conniving and terrible.
Oh my god!
And she's doing all of.
God.
Scheming makes you
kidding me.
evil. You can't scheme
She's
for
playing
good.
She's playing the Game of Thrones, and she's like, oh,
She's scheming. She's bad. Yeah, that's not how she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be good.
fucking hell, man! With the like, I'm reading through some of the comments. Like, truly, is he watching the same show? There's a reason for why she's acting this way, and for why she's like conniving and being cunning.
Maybe other people watched the show for him and they wrote the script for him.
Or maybe
That could
maybe.
be it. Yeah.
I what was the hold on, I gotta look it up. There's a Simpsons bit and I wanna quote it.
I mean, we all have our issues with like Viserys being like stupid. I mean, I call him the Fool King Viserys, and Ben's points about like, oh, why didn't he name him king? Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. That's a valid criticism. Except when you look at like his actual motivations, it's his love for Emma that really like stop him from doing this. Like he even wants to. He's like, am I on doing the right thing? Should I not name my son heir? And then no, he sticks with Rhaenyra. So that's absolutely fair. But it's that he's not reading the subtext. Subtlety is just going right above his head. He's like, oh well, this could have easily been solved. Yes,
It's scratching
could
his
have easily
yarmulke.
solved. What?
The subtext is scratching his yarmulke. Sorry, you were saying?
This was the greatest TV show that my assistant has ever summarized for me.
Yeah, it's like he just does not understand subtlety. He doesn't understand the subtext, and I mean, like, I do agree with him that Viserys did fucking. I don't I don't like Viserys' decision either, but I do kind of understand it. That doesn't make me like him. That doesn't make me like Ben. That makes me like, okay, yeah, no, I agree with that statement. I don't agree with, the way he said it, but the overall sentiment of that, yes, no, I do agree with. But this, with Alicent, his hatred of Alicent being conniving, what he loved about the original Game of Thrones was all the political stuff, right? When Alicent is doing that, she automatically becomes one of the worst characters.
Yeah, he also has to, like, clarify what that means. It's like, okay, do you mean one of the worst people? Which, no. Or do you mean one of the most poorly written characters? Which, also no.
Also, no, right?
This, presumably in order to crown her kids, in order to preserve their lives, not because she wants to unify the kingdom or thinks that that's a good idea, but because she's afraid that Rhaenyra is going to kill all of her kids, but she knows Rhaenyra. In fact, she appeals to Rhaenyra's sense.
Well, it's not necessarily about Rhaenyra specifically. It's about, like, conflict may arise regardless of how, the two of us feel about it. There is still a good chance that someone may try and rise up and create conflict. And Otto beat that into her at a very young age. And so that's, like, what she's worried about. She's trying to prevent that. She's trying to keep her kids out of a potential conflict that someone might start. Not that she'll start, or not that Rhaenyra necessarily will start. Like, you can... Like, there's more people in Westeros than are in the Red Keep.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, if people everywhere know about Rhaenyra's children being illegitimate, doesn't that hurt the realm?
Yeah.
Or it can just be like, oh, I'm a bastard son, but the queen's bastard sons are king now, so I get to do that too. Like, but this is issues with the, with the overall story that Martin has written. That, and it's not like issues in the same way that, like, oh, this is a bad story. These are issues as in with personal,
Like, the world.
I guess. Yeah, with the world. With Ben, he pretends to read the books, and then he's just, like, spewing all this fucking nonsense. Like, buddy, what's going on? Actually, no, I'm not going to call Ben Shapiro buddy.
Well, to be fair, two things to be fair about. One, he did clarify. Granted, he speaks so fast that you could argue it doesn't matter, but he did clarify that he hasn't read the book. He's going off of what he's heard from someone else. And two, buddy is just the white man's version of the N-word.
My dude.
Yeah, my dude, my buddy. Buddy, what's up?
Sense of justice at the end of the show. So again, none of that makes a whole hell of a lot. And she becomes incredibly corrupt. By the end of the show, she's like sitting there and giving foot fetish pleasure to Larys Strong. Right? Like, none of that makes any sense. So she goes from a
I don't know if I read foot fetishism from that scene, but okay.
Laris has a foot fetish. That was very blatant. He started
Oh,
whacking
okay.
off.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that part.
Well, yeah, because every time she would ask him a question, he would just remain tight-lipped and glance at her feet, and then she would like progressively like put her feet up and like take off her shoes and socks and all that, and then to give all the information that to get all the information that she wanted, he basically coerced her into bringing her dress all the way up to her knees and showing off her bare feet, and then he puts his hand in his robes and starts rubbing one out. Which was a little too over, if you ask me. I'm surprised you missed that.
I might have been doing something in the kitchen.
Something or someone?
Something.
Okay. Wait, your dog? Ew.
No, I was probably making snacks or something.
It was fucking snacks.
I do a lot.
It was
while-
fucking snacks!
Yes, I just dip my balls into a bowl full of Cheez-Its.
That's how you make more Cheez-Its.
No, that's how you make cheesies.
Cheese balls. Anyway, let's hear what this goober has to say.
So a crowd cheeser is when you
courageous and dutiful, standing up for her family and maybe for the good of the realm, to a conniving, scheming person, all of whose children are terrible, by the way. Right? All of her kids are awful. For some reason, Rhaenyra
back streets back. All right.
What do you mean all of her children are awful? What did Helena do?
That's we already made that joke, but yeah, it's true. What Helena did nothing wrong. Justice for Helena.
And Aemond did not start off awful until the strong boys fucking cut his eye out.
I mean, he was kind of being awful to receive that.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he came back, he was immediately attacked by Rhaena and Baela. And
Listen, act like a bitch, gets slapped like a bitch, okay?
Bro came back from taming the biggest dragon in the world. And then Rhaena and Baela attacked him. And then the strong boys came and attacked him again. And he fought them off, and then they pulled a dagger on him and cut his eye out.
No, we must have been watching two different scenes then. Because I saw a little bitch behaving bitchly.
ended up with like amazing kids, and Alicent ended up with horrible kids, which is weird because Alicent seems to be much more involved with her kids than Rhaenyra is. But
sorry, did we just find a video from Earth 4? Like, what the fuck? What parallel universe are you from, Ben? Because, like, Rhaenyra is very clearly more involved in her children's lives than Alicent is with her children. And like, even if it's a matter of, like, screen time of them interacting, Rhaenyra is constantly, like, trying to protect and educate and uplift her children, while Alicent is trying to, like, move them politically. Like... Like, I'd say, did you watch the show? But he seems to be talking about a completely different show. Like,
yeah,
is Ben Shapiro from our Earth? Has multiverse theory been confirmed by this video? You know?
It's been confirmed.
I hate you.
never mind you that. Okay, then you get to the Valyrians. The real problem with the Valyrians is that Rhaenys obviously should be
That he was gonna say is that they're black.
yeah, for real. I was. Whoa,
She has-
Ben.
It was gonna be like based.
the best qualities. She actually thinks strategically. She knows what she is doing. And maybe that's one of the points of the show, is that Viserys never should have been the king, that Rhaenys should have been the queen in the first place. Again, she's constantly making decisions that are convenient for the writers. So at the very end of episode 9, for example, she like bursts through the floor with her dragon,
and really bad CG rubble flies everywhere.
Yeah, that was...
It's like, oh, the Hydra from Hercules is here.
killing probably 1,000 commoners, but doesn't just fry the royal family and end the war. Why? She said, well, it's not my war to start. Well, it's your war to end, though. There are
yeah. A base Ben
We got
Shapiro.
it. We got there. We got to a good point. I guess.
It only took arguably the worst scene in the entire fucking series.
It only took a scene that literally nobody except Cap would like.
a few things you could do here. One thing that you could do, considering that you actually do have a claim to the throne and you have a giant-ass dragon and you're the only person in the entire kingdom, apparently, who knows that the crown has now been stolen, you could theoretically...
Well, here's the thing. That news would eventually reach Rhaenyra anyway.
Yeah,
Well,
she'd
the
hear about
crown.
that.
Who cares if the crown is fucking stolen? What the Ain't no way.
Wait,
Actually,
no,
the
hold
only
on. He
way
didn't
you
say
can-
that, did he?
Considering
Yeah,
that
well,
you actually do have a claim to the throne and you have a giant-ass dragon and you're the only person in the entire kingdom, apparently, who knows that the crown has now been stolen, you could theoretically
Why
fry
is
the
that a
Alicent side of the royal...
point? Why is that a... Who cares if someone's wearing a fucking crown? Oh my god.
family. And then you could actually go to your husband and start a war for the crown yourself. Instead, you
then
fly
what?
to...
Yeah, and then what? Like, the same thing would happen.
Rhaenyra and pledge your loyalty.
Also, wait, no, that's just dumb, because, like, she doesn't want the crown anymore. She gave up on that, like, halfway through the season.
Yeah, and she saw what happened to, like, Viserys, and she was like, yeah, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, like, everyone saw that and was like, ugh, that's rough.
To what end exactly? On behalf of grandkids who actually have no relationship with you genetically? It's a very strange move. All of this is very strange. Same thing with Lord Corlys, right, who starts off the show as a very ambitious guy who's interested maybe in the crown himself and starts a war with Daemon in order to wrest control away from Viserys in some ways. And by the end of the show, he's bending the knee to Rhaenyra. Again, for no apparent reason, considering that, as is...
Yes,
We're
Hamid.
not watching the same show. We're not watching the same show. But... What? What could pop... Okay. Corlys wants his family to become the ruling family. That's what he wants. He doesn't much care for it. Like, of course, it would be awesome if he were king. He's still thinking about that. But that hope is gone. Now the hope lies with, you know, the Velaryon name, even though the Velaryons themselves don't really, like, her kids aren't Velaryon. That's another thing. But he wants his family to be that ruling Targaryen family. God damn, dude. God damn. This dude has not been watching the same show.
pointed out, both Corlys and Rhaenys think that Rhaenyra killed one of their sons and, like, burned his body. Okay, meanwhile...
Which they discuss.
I know that we're supposed to hate Kristen Cole because Kristen Cole is emotional and bad and all of this, but Kristen Cole is pretty badly abused by Rhaenyra. I know that we're just glossing over this because Rhaenyra is supposed to be the heroine of the piece. Kristen Cole...
He does, yeah, he's correct about that. Any disagreements with that part specifically?
No, that's pretty accurate.
is used the way he says he is used. And we're supposed to believe that because he's devoted to virtue, this means that he is bad. But I'm going to go counter the crowd here and say that early on, Kristen Cole is not the problem. Rhaenyra is the problem.
Yeah.
Later on, of course, he becomes the problem. Him, basically pointing out that Rhaenyra is terrible. That's true for 9.
Don't kill the guy from Outlander.
No, Graham McTavish, no.
He's the only good part of that show. Fuck Outlander. Fuck you.
85% of the show, except for like the last 5% of the show. Otto Hightower begins the show as sort of the manipulative hand, and the idea is that he wants power for himself, but that originally is not his motivation. Originally, his motivation is the kingdom is going to split apart if you name a girl. And so we need a son. And then he gets a son, and he promotes the son. By the end, it's like, I just want power myself. When does that transition exactly
What?
happen for Otto?
He
You know-
himself. Well,
No, he doesn't want the power
himself.
for himself.
he himself is the one that thinks that he should name that Viserys should name his daughter as heir, so that Daemon doesn't become heir because he doesn't like Daemon. What are you talking about? A girl shouldn't become heir. he was the one that thought that first. Oh my god, this idiot.
Were you about to say moron or monkey?
I was about to say mongrel.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Even more racist than what I was
That's
thinking.
better.
Yeah.
That's a
No,
lot better.
because it was like like Dagoth or you mongrel dogs of the Empire.
No, I know,
That's where I
I know.
got
It's
it
just
That's where I got it from.
mongrel has also been used racially in the past.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't continue. That's why I was like,
Fair
perhaps
enough.
that's not the right way to go. I've made my mistake of saying bad words with an M.
I
in front of
made
the
my
wrong people.
mistake.
But you still thought it, which means that you are problematic. It doesn't matter that you had the wherewithal and the heart to stop yourself. You still thought it. You are a bad person. You must be purged from the internet.
Oh,
You don't really
thank
see
God.
it. This is just one of the big problems with the show is that the lack of character consistency means that it's very hard to root hard for anybody. You got Damon who's all over the place. You got Rhaenyra who's all over the place. You've got Alicent who's all over the place.
I mean, they do go to a lot of places. It's true.
The only one who's consistent is Viserys, just because he seems to be wobbly the whole time. So this is a problem. Okay, so finally you get to the end of the show, and Aemond.
He's wobbly because he has Baldwin IV disease. He can't stand very well.
I can't
I
stand
can't
your
stand
bad
him.
jokes.
Who has been sort of
It's not a joke, man. That Baldwin IV was a great man.
prepping for the kingship, right? They make it clear he's been studying philosophy and he's been studying history, and he is a badass because he's claimed a dragon of his own without anybody's permission. Plus, he has a cool pirate patch and everything. He shows up at
Did you just call it a fucking pirate patch?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did refer to that as a pirate patch.
It's an eye patch.
I will allow.
Yeah,
this-
pirates have been like offline for a long time. They're not getting patched. That was terrible.
Yes, that was terrible.
That was a bad joke. That's what that was. Yeah. But I don't care.
the Baratheon in order to woo the Baratheons for the war. Lucerys shows up, the son of Rhaenyra, and Lucerys is supposed to woo the Baratheons. And Aemond is pissed because he's still missing his eye. He taunts Lucerys, and then he chases him out of the hall.
Was he disappointed he never got it back? It's weird that it's weird the way that you've chosen to say that, Ben, that he's still missing his eye. Yes, because those have a tendency to suddenly not be missing from your face if they get gouged out. He's also he's got a cool like magic dark crystal looking thing in his head now.
Yeah, it's a sapphire or something.
It's a sapphire.
Yeah.
Hall, and he chases him down in the dragon. Okay, there's a major mistake that's made in this particular scene, and it's not indicated. My understanding is in the book. And the major mistake that is made here is that of all the youngsters, it seems that the only two who are qualified to be king at all, just in terms of personality, are Jacaerys and Aemond. Right? Aegon, the second, is garbage and running away from his job, and which means that he will be dispatched, I would imagine.
Well, like, keep in mind, like, Luke's, like, 10? Like, there aren't many 10-year-olds that are qualified to be in any position of power.
No, he said Jacaerys, not Lucerys.
No, I know. He's saying there's only two people that are qualified, and I'm saying, like, well, yeah. Because, like, one of the people that he didn't mention as qualified is a literal child. The other one's a teenager. Like, he said Jacaerys and Aemond are the only two fit for the crown. And I was trying to defend the small children by pointing out that they are small children.
I mean, Jaehaerys became king at, like, I think 13?
Well, sure, but, like, ability to and fitness for a role are not the same thing. Like...
With Jaehaerys it was. Jaehaerys was fucking awesome. I hate the Targaryens, but Jaehaerys is the only one. Well, Jaehaerys and Daeron the Good were the only ones I don't hate.
I'm just saying, like, with, like, the designated survivor program or whatever, right? Like, the Secretary of Education, let's say the entire line of succession or whatever for the presidency gets wiped out by a nuke or whatever, and the only one left is like the Secretary of Education, right? They're the president now. It's like they're not the person fit for the job. They're just the only one left. You know?
I would argue that they're the most fit because they actually, have interacted with the small folk, the humans, not the lizard people.
Well, you know what I mean. Like just like as like a general example. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that.
Right, quickly, next season. Lucerys has really no claim to the throne, considering that he's illegitimate, and neither does Jacaerys. Aemond actually has a claim to the throne. He also happens to have been studying.
I mean, in terms of like technical speaking, yes.
Yeah, but like if we go with that, then so does Lucerys. Because Lucerys is the second son of the named heir. Like, yes, he's an illegitimate child, but like, yeah.
He's a good warrior. We know that he's very clever. We know that he actually has the ability to hold himself back. He's not a profligate. And so suddenly in this last scene, he's played as wildly angry. What he should be is extraordinarily...
Yes, because you are Aemond. You are Aemond Targaryen, Ben Shapiro. You know what he should have been. Because you yourself are an 80-year-old man, or whatever, and you are telling this, speaking about a child, an actual 20-year-old, who is 19-year-old, a 19-year-old, who is angry, and is meeting someone that lopped off his eye, and
called him a pig.
And his family, yes, and who him and his family traditionally hate. Yes, no, he should have been extraordinarily calculating. He should have been like, oh yes, good Sir Strong, why do you not have some dinner with me that I will poison?
Yes, I too think completely rationally when I see a car that cut me off in the road. I too am 100% rational when that happens. Like, I understand that's not remotely the same thing, but the point should be obvious with what I'm trying to do.
Right.
It's like...
No, it is.
People get angry, and when they... Like, when bad things happen to them, and anger is not conductive to thorough thinking.
Aemond also regrets having done that. Like, oh no, that was kind of a silly thing for me to do. I should not have done that.
Yeah, like the second, like, lo and behold, one of the main themes of the series, the second consequences arrive, people go, "Oh, I made a mistake."
Calculating. He should be thinking, okay, well, if this thing gets settled, then my claim to the throne is going to be essentially in question forever. What I need is a pathway to the throne. And
he could also threaten and scare everyone with that move. He's like, I've got Vagar, what the fuck are you all gonna do?
Yeah, Aemond should have just killed Aegon and then ruled the realm, and then killed Rhaenyra and then ruled the realm.
Which is effectively the same thing as what he did here. So it's just like, like how is he gonna rule when Aegon's sitting there? You know? This is goofy. This is goofy shit.
the way I'm going to get a pathway to the throne is maybe a war. Because I'm not getting a pathway to the throne any other way, so maybe I need a war here. And so I'm going to lead off this war by killing this kid who took my eye years and years and years ago. And so he should coldly and in calculating fashion chase down Lucerys and kill him. You should be hating Aemond, but you should also be sort of admiring the fact that he's coldly calculating. Instead, you get this weird dynamic where in the very last scene, the dragons get in a fight, but both riders don't actually want to be in the fight, right? Where Lucerys is trying to stop his dragon from attacking the other dragon. And he's like, no, no, no. But he's bad at controlling the dragon, so the dragon shoots the other dragon with fire. And then the giant-ass dragon that Aemond is riding is like, chomp, and just eats small dragon along with Lucerys. And Aemond is like, oh no, what have I, oh no. You're like, why, though? That's totally out of character. Suddenly,
Was he being funny?
Oh no! Oh no!
I was about to ask, is this that Jew humor? But then I remembered, like, you know, Hamoud and I know a Jewish guy from. We know an entire Jewish family from Ren Fair, and they're some of the funniest motherfuckers at the fair. So it's like, This is just a Ben thing, I think.
This is just a detached person.
Yeah. He looks offended by the fact that we're saying this. I don't care. It's Ben Shapiro.
I would happily make Ben Shapiro cry.
Yeah, you'll just have to block me on Twitter to get away with it.
Ben Sharpio.
He
I
has
will.
like conflicting feelings about killing members of the family. Since when? That's confusing. Bottom line for the first season of House of the Dragon, we need clearer characterization. We need to know who we are rooting for. We need to know why they've developed in the way.
Or get this, maybe the point of the show is, or was until season 2, there's nobody to root for. Everyone is shit. Welcome to the real world.
Ain't it fun living in Westeros?
Yeah, and
Shut
there
up,
is clear
shut up,
characterization.
shut up.
You're just too, like, were you scrolling through Facebook or something? Like, why?
Yeah, he looks like he uses Facebook.
I use Facebook.
I wouldn't draw
Oh, you,
attention.
he's-
I wouldn't draw attention to that, pal.
I follow you on Facebook, motherfucker.
I use Facebook for my business, motherfucker.
Business.
Yes, business.
What kind of business?
Business is none of yours.
Ooh. Damn.
Fuck you, East.
Yes.
way that they have. Many of the problems here, as I say, could have been avoided by simply starting the season with the second half of the season. So you actually learn to be interested in the backstories of these characters. Like,
How?
But wait, but that's the whole point of the first half of the season, is to show the backstories of the characters.
it'd be cool
Good
to find
old
out the
Ben.
revelation that Daemon once had designs on the throne. It'd be cool to find out that Aemon's eye was taken by Lucerys.
So you'd rather the characters just be like, I remember that you had the designs for the throne, instead of, like, having Matt Smith act
I've
his fucking
never-
heart out?
I've never seen somebody actively request for "as you know, Bob" dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, once, like, tell, don't show. Are you kidding me?
Like, imagine saying, I want less of Matt Smith's acting.
Bro, I want less of fucking Ben Shapiro. Fucking hell.
Or, hell, like, skipping half the season skips some of Viserys' best acting moments? Like, imagine saying, I want less of Paddy Constantine's great-ass acting. That was arguably the best performance of the year! Unless, of course, East saw some, like, little movie that nobody else saw that had a better performance.
I mean,
Um,
there are plenty. So
I haven't hardly seen anything that came out this year yet.
I meant that year with
Oh, I don't remember what year season 1 of House of the
I
Dragon.
think it was 22.
I don't know about you.
Don't you shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. Let's see what came out in 2022. Well, All Quiet on the Western Front had some pretty good performances. I don't know if I would put them higher than that though.
Didn't Dahmer come out?
ugh.
I thought that was last year. Oh god, I forgot about the Pale Blue Eye. That shit sucked.
Pale Blue Eye.
Yeah, October 2022. That was when season 1 started. Or no, that was when it ended. My bad. I misread that.
Dwayne Johnson's performance in Black Adam was just it's just too good. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. How could I possibly forget about the greatest actor of all time?
You will believe a man can play himself.
Dwayne the Rock Cockhard Johnson. Greatest actor of all time.
That was 2022. What's the name of that movie? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
That was 2021.
Anyone
That was
seen that?
2021. Pearl.
Oh.
Mia Goth's performance in Pearl is absolutely, is staggeringly good.
You know, I have to
Um,
watch Pearl.
Pearl.
It's gonna
You
come out on
do
Netflix.
have to watch Pearl.
It's gonna come out
It's
on Netflix soon. I'm
fucking
very
awesome.
excited to
I think
watch
it's on Hulu right now. Oh, it is on Netflix. It's on Netflix right now. Go, go.
No.
What are you doing?
No,
Go,
no.
go now. Go now.
She.
Leave the call and watch Pearl.
Watch Pearl right now.
And, I
This
see here
this
that
is the
it
new-
is 2022.
Sorry.
It is 2022. You guys are tripping. It is 2022.
What's 2022? No, it's 2024 right now.
Everything.
Oh yeah, Everything Everywhere did come out in 2022. It was a busy year.
Oh damn.
So did The Menu and Babylon.
Oh yeah, The Menu. Have you guys seen that?
I saw the Menu.
How
I
is it?
I liked
did
it.
not actually. I heard pretty good things about it though.
I liked it. It's a lot of fun. It's fairly silly in a lot of respects, but it's good.
Is the twist?
Oh, The
twist-
Whale
is the twist
came
that
out in 22. That movie was there.
Have you seen The Northman?
I have seen The Northman. I own The Northman.
Yes,
Oh,
I've
was
seen
it
it
that
also.
good that you ended up owning it?
I mean, I buy a lot of movies for a lot of different reasons, but yes, I really love The Northman.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love that. It gave me the. Do you remember like animated Beowulf?
I do remember animated
Yes.
Beowulf.
It kind of gave me vibes of that, dude. And
It
that's
was
what
much better than animated Beowulf.
I don't know. It's just that kind of animation I'm a sucker for, like Polar Express, animated Beowulf. Shit
Yeah,
like
okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, Scream 5, one of the worst fucking wastes of goddamn time I've ever had the misfortune to sit through. I watched that movie for free. I pirated that shit, and I felt like I wanted my money back.
Not even Madam Web made you feel like that.
Dude, Madam Web, because here's the thing, I watched Madam Web with a friend, so at least I got like the enjoyment of ripping a movie apart with somebody. I watched Scream 5 by myself.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And we did manage to come on that movie with Chris Stuckman.
Yes, because Sydney Sweeney was in it. Oh, right, we did the episode. I forgot. Yeah.
Now, if this channel ever gets monetized, which
Oh, dude, The Fablemans came out in 2022. That movie's great.
The what?
The Fablemans.
I have never heard of that. What the fuck?
What
is that?
You should go watch The Fablemans then. The Steven Spielberg's last film.
No, his last one.
Well, as in his most recent, not his
Okay,
last.
okay. I
like,
thought you meant like Tarantino
permanently.
last one. I was like, what? No way.
No. It's just the last film that he made. I don't think he's retired yet.
Or
But it's
dead.
very good. It's semi-autobiographical.
neat.
Morbius, the greatest superhero movie of all time,
Oh yeah, that
2022.
Matt
Also
Smith.
starring Matt Smith. It all ties together.
Yeah.
It all ties together. The Invitation, one of the shittiest vampire movies I've ever seen. Varying degrees of quality in 2022, I
Yeah.
must
Have you
say.
seen Renfield?
I hated Renfield.
Oh wow. Even
Yeah.
with Nicholas.
Yeah,
Cage?
Nicolas Cage does not a good movie make. An entertaining performance always, but didn't help.
Oh, damn. Because I was really interested in watching that just because of Nick Cage.
Oh wait, wasn't The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent also 2022?
I thought that was 2021. Either way, that was really good. I
Yeah, I
like
love
that.
that movie.
I have yet to see it actually. I skipped it,
It's a
heard
really
it was good, and then I realized it wasn't in theaters anymore, and I was actually a little bit upset.
If you guys want to watch something weird in a 2022 retrospective, Skinamarink. That was fun.
Oh my god.
Skinamarink?
Skinamarink.
Just yeah. It's a type of horror movie. Just watch it with the lights on.
No.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Oh, there were 2 Pinocchios that came out that year.
Oh yeah, it was the year of Pinocchio. And then
wanna go off
Lies
on
of
my
P was also
own.
2023, right?
Yeah, so it's been a lot of Pinocchio as of late. None of it accurate to the book. Which, I mean, I guess that's fine. It's just a children's book, but yeah.
Anyone remember that horrifying ass live action Pinocchio? Oh, wait, we are way off topic. Let's get back to.
No, let's finish this up.
Yeah, let's finish off Sharpie, bro.
Oh, we got one last one though. I have to show the movie Medieval to Hamoud one day. That came out in 2022.
Not me
I'm
watching
a-
Do the Six Kids, but like that's why they hate each other. It would be cool to find all this out in the context of almost a stage play, which is really what the first season is. Instead, because of that divide in the season, you kind of start to identify with these characters, and then they shift forward 10 years in time. They recast half the cast, and they change the characters of half the cast. And they make a bunch of kind of simple, stupid writing choices that get them out of trouble in one area, only to create trouble in another area. Rhaenys not blowing up the entire Alicent Hightower.
I can never not chuckle at how just goofy and stupid that CG is. Like it'd be one thing if it were just bad CG for an otherwise cool moment, but it's like an appallingly stupid moment paired with bad CG, so it's like it's just compounding problems.
Yeah, it's just like it's like this weird alien tumor. It's like this
It's
weird
just-
growth on the rest of an otherwise like pretty good series. It's like
It's just a crescendo of cinematic phlegm that's just all at once. Just everything that can be wrong with a scene is happening right there in 2 seconds.
like it's like the moment that like someone is like getting painted, right? Like some old lord in like the 1500s is getting their
Henry
portrait
VIII
done.
with his turkey leg is
Yeah,
just
yeah,
posing
yeah.
right there.
It's like that, and then he just hawks a massive fucking loogie, and then the painter decides to like paint the loogie, and it's like, why did you do that?
I'll make my heaven to dream upon the phlegm.
Side of the family. And these are just bad writing decisions and sloppy writing in order to get them out of a problem, which is, what do we do? Oh, we'll have her bust through with the dragon. Why? I don't know. It'd be cool. It's hard to get over the chasm in the internal logic of the show.
I'm not kidding. Why? I don't know. It would be cool is actually the writing process behind that scene.
Mm-hmm.
So stupid.
In fact, this season seems to be written more like Game of Thrones Season 5 than Game of Thrones Season 1. And Game of Thrones Season 1 is very tightly written because it was all plotted out by George R.R. Martin. But this season seems to be plotted out by the TV writers, and this means that they rely on a bunch of kind of silly tropes to get by. Overall, out of 5 swords, I will give Game of Thrones House of the Dragon Season 1 3.5 swords. Could be
You just did nothing but shit on it, and then you just...
And then gave it an
Yeah.
above average rating.
Why would you do that?
Oh, you know.
That's the score I would give Mara.
Like, well, I guess that that brings up like the conversation on like scoring by personal enjoyment versus like objective or like
Hey-
like
hey,
trying
Ben.
to be objective.
Hey, Ben, were you one of those people that hated Andor because it was boring? You seem like you would be one of those people that hated Andor because it was boring.
I can neither confirm nor deny my reaction to Andor.
You thought it was boring, didn't you?
You thought it was boring,
I
didn't
thought
you?
it was boring.
You're a
yeah.
fucking idiot. You're
I
a
didn't finish
fucking
it.
moron.
I didn't.
You're a
No.
fucking retard and a moron.
I mean, boring.
Tell me
But
how you
you
feel,
know what
bro.
they say.
Dude, pull
Look,
your
boring.
fucking Ethernet cable out of the goddamn sand, plug it into your fucking router, and finish watching Andor.
It's funny
I'm
because
old-
he lives in
I'm old-
California, which is also sandy.
Yes.
Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Do what you want. If you find Andor boring, then so
Okay.
be it. Do not listen to them.
Thank you.
Do not
T-Pain.
listen to them. What
Very
what
honorable
is
view.
what
I
is
appreciate
is
that.
what?
It's the only piece of
Yes.
Star Wars content that can be put on the same shelf as the original trilogy, okay?
Okay. You know what I find very hypocritical about Star Wars fans, right? I mean, the same people.
No, let's, all right, let's hear it.
hypocritical. hypocritical. You know, the same people that call the prequels boring are the same ones that will like this show
Okay,
or that
so
liked Andor.
I have yet to see someone that has both of those
I-
opinions.
well, here's the
That's
thing.
their
So
friendship.
Andor like has a building pace that like works on its atmosphere and its tension and where it's going and how those like blocks are set in motion works and makes sense
Mm.
within like the context of the world, even using shit that hasn't worked in other films to its benefit. The prequels are just shit.
Mm.
So there's your answer to that. Understand something. Andor incorporates Canto Bight as an important plot point. They never go to Canto Bight. You never see Canto Bight. Mon Mothma asks of her husband, "You've been gambling again, sneaking off to Canto Bight." Her husband, of course, is as a gambling addiction. He's sneaking off to Canto Bight and gambling away their savings while she is trying to raise funding for to fund a rebellion. That means that in this show, Canto Bight in a mention has more relevance than it did in a 32-minute sequence in The Last Jedi.
Jesus. You ever want to embarrass someone? Take something that they made that was shit and make it good.
By not even showing it.
Yeah.
It just means something to a character that is currently affecting the plot.
Yeah. That's hysterical, dude. I love it.
Yeah. I fucking love Andor. It's such a good show. It's incredibly shot. It's the dialogue is all fantastic. It's just go watch Andor, everybody.
Well,
There was like 5 seconds left of the video. I think let's just.
I don't think he has anything left to say, but let's.
It wasn't.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything left to say.
Wait. Maybe he does. No, he does not. Okay.
No, it's just the music.
Yeah, I wasted our time.
Wow, that was shit.
I hated that.
So
But not-
let's say, hypothetically, Ben Shapiro makes people want to kill themselves. Is he responsible for their deaths, or is it their choice?
Well, that Ben Shapiro has a right to defend himself.
I can
He has the right
safely
to defend
say
himself from people that are killing themselves.
I can safely say that after watching this review, I don't want to kill myself.
Well, good. I'm glad I turned your suicidal tendencies into like thoughtless violence.
Homicidal tendencies?
Homicide.
Is that better?
Uh,
When it's Ben, yes.
It was actually a psyop. He wants me to get angry.
I was gonna say yes, but then I realized that mass shootings are just really elaborate suicide plans, so no.
well, to be fair, this wasn't the worst review I've seen so far.
No, yeah,
It's
like
not even close to the worst I've seen.
I think this one was more like offensive to the senses, but like Chris Stuckman's review of Madam Web was a worse review.
Whoa, hold on. We gotta say it properly. Chris Stuckman's quote, review, unquote, of Madam Web.
That wasn't even like, he didn't really, that's not a review. It was more he's weird. He's a weird guy.
Yeah.
Very
He
weird guy.
is a strange person.
How was his new movie, by the way?
He hasn't released it yet.
Yeah, I don't think that's
It's
out.
not. I don't think it's finished.
I thought he did. I thought people hated it or something. Maybe it was on that night. So
I mean, maybe he's shown an early cut to some people, but I don't know.
right.
Let me. Look at that Chris Stuckman's movie.
Anywho, East, there was something you said the other time that I really have to question you about it. You said you didn't like Arcane.
Ooh, it's got a 58% on Metacritic, so people have seen it.
No, okay, but my question is,
What? Sorry, ask your question.
You said you didn't like Arcane. Am I correct?
I am indifferent to Arcane. It's
So
good.
you are
I
mixed on
don't
it.
care for it.
Oh, 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 oh. Never mind then.
Okay.
I have yet
There's
to
some
see
sequences that I think are like it's hills and valleys. Like there are sequences in it that I think are brilliant, and then there's a lot of it that's just like, okay, we can we can keep going, we can
Mm,
move on. Um,
mm,
yeah, it it's not nearly how, like, I don't look at it with the same level of disdain that I do for like other stuff that's disproportionately praised, you might say, like because it's not nearly as bad as something like the Clone Wars or
Damn. You don't like the Clone Wars?
no,
Damn.
no,
Oh, wait,
like
wait, wait, wait.
barely even a little.
The Clone Wars.
Um,
Hamoud,
Yeah.
Hamoud,
Yeah.
Hamoud.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Clone Wars. The Clone Wars sucks ass. It is one of the worst things
oh,
around.
I'm so glad that T-Pain and I have one Star Wars take that we agree on.
I grew
No
up with the
joke.
Clone Wars.
No
I
joke.
have.
I Yeah, go on.
I grew up with it. Like it, it sort of helped formulate some of my childhood. So I have a.
And
I'm
there's
sure
plenty
my
of things that I
That's
watched and loved as a
that's
kid that I think
yeah,
are shit. You
Well,
know,
I
yeah,
just haven't
yeah.
rewatched it enough to like hate it. I think it's
That's
pretty
nice.
solid. I think like so. What are your guys'
No.
issues with it? So that's what I'm interested in. Why don't you guys like it?
Um, there are lots of inconsistency. Like, if we are to follow prequels and the Clone Wars, most of it don't make sense. Like, for example, how Dooku is characterized is a full-on villain in the Clone Wars, which is very, very different from, his character in the prequels.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, there's
So it's just
also
inconsistent.
Then there are other,
oh,
yeah,
should I or
go on,
should
go
you?
on.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
go
guys
on.
can go ahead. Go ahead.
A lot of the issues are largely to do with chronology and the technology that's used in it. Like, hey, we could completely alter your face, voice, and bone structure. Never gets used again. Hey, we have an
there's a
invisible.
burn victim that I know of who could have used that.
Yeah, we also have. Hey,
Yep.
look, here's a ship that can turn invisible. That's smaller than the Millennium Falcon, which is a problem
No
because the
ship
Millennium.
that small has a cloaking device.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck?
Um,
And it's like, well, but that could have been
and
kept secret
also,
by the government. Yeah, which is the same faction. Like,
remember the episode where Obi-Wan went undercover and he changed his entire body, like his facial
Yeah, yeah.
feature and
yeah,
everything changed.
like, and
That's
that technology's never used again anywhere in Star Wars.
You know what? Yeah, I
then there's
completely
also the
see that.
fact then
Like,
then there's also the fact that the Jedis are basically war criminals in the
No, but
Clone Wars.
I like that because that sort of exposes that there aren't, they aren't just the standard good guys. That there is underlying issues as well. I like that.
yeah, I like
I
Clone
mean,
Wars. I'm not gonna pretend like it's some masterpiece, though. I just like it because
hmm,
it's like, hey, look, it's a children's show where there's like excessive amounts of violence. There's like decapitations and shit.
okay.
I just like that.
All right, fellas,
Um,
I'm gonna
um,
hop off now, but
All
this
right.
has been fun. It's been real.
All right, yeah,
See
you
you
have
guys.
yourself
Have
a
a great
good
rest of
night.
your
all right, all right, all right,
And anyone
everyone.
else need to head off? Say good night or anything?
I might soon. It is fairly late.
Uh, Soon, very soon.
All right.
T-Pain, thank you for coming and providing all of your wonderful intellectual takes on House of the Dragon. I was floored, honestly, by how knowledgeable you were.
You are very welcome. You are very welcome.
Yeah.
All right, bye, guys.
Thank you
Good, see you.
all. Thank you all for coming.
Bye.
You have yourself a good night, East. The rest of you
Mhm.
also have a good night. Good night, everyone watching. And we'll see you on the next
All right.
one, I guess. Bye bye.